out with the county, and they're going to give me another 3 months on council. So, yeah. You okay with that, Miguel?
Sure. We'll just have to withhold all our property tax payments to the county.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're going to start our council meeting today. Madam Clerk, if we could have a roll call.
Yes. President Brandau.
Here.
Vice President Arias.
He's here.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Capriolio.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
All right. Now we're going to have our invocation. It's from Pastor Will Stoll at Northwest Church. He's my pastor, so I invited him down here today to pray and open our meeting. And then if everybody could stand, as soon as Pastor's done, we're going to salute the flag.
You pray for Steve.
Father in heaven, you are exalted. You're on your throne, and you're sovereign over the entire universe. And that gives us peace. We know that you're ultimately in charge. So we bring this council meeting before you today. We thank you for the great leaders that you've blessed our city with. And we pray that you would just bless them, each one, with integrity, that they would look at the things that come before them, and they would have justice and righteousness in their hearts and their minds, and mercy at the same time for the individuals that these decisions will affect. And we pray this so that we, as citizens of Fresno, would live peaceable lives, quiet lives, and that this city of Fresno would stand out among the other cities in California as a place where your hand truly rests upon. So we thank you for this meeting today. We thank you that we can open it with prayer in the name of Jesus. We pray these things. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Will. Now we have the approval of today's agenda. Madam Clerk, have there been any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, there were a couple of changes. File ID 19-1455 for ceremonials, California Friday Night Live Month, has been moved by staff and will be on the 25th agenda. File ID 19-1446 3C, resolution adopting the list of proposed public works projects for Senate Bill 1 road maintenance, has been moved to the April 25th agenda. Item 1F, file ID 19-142, has been a change to paragraph 7B of the agreement for purchase and sale of state easement and escrow instructions should state that items 6 through 17 are accepted from the standard title insurance policy instead of items 8 through 17. This is a non-substantive change, and that's all.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve? Motion to approve and a second. All in favor? That motion passes 6-0. And then we have to approve the minutes for the March 21st, 2019 meeting. Madam Clerk, were there any changes to those minutes?
No, there were not.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilman Capriolio. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. Now we have our morning ceremonial presentations, and I've got the first couple of those, so I'm going to come down to the microphone down front. The first one is presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month. All right. Well, look at this. Look at this. This is also a special request. Most of my colleagues are not fully capable of taking care of one of these. little kittens. We have a lot of doggies come in, but occasionally we have kittens, and I have a cat. My whole life, I was raised in a cat family, and all my friends make fun of me. They think, you look like a Rottweiler guy, but in all reality, I love cats. Like this little kitty. Look how, and are they boys or girls or one of each or what?
And so they're siblings and they're both boys.
They're both boys. There's two of them.
Freckles.
For Speckles, this would be lunch and dinner, so I'm not going to take these two. But they are so young that they don't have names yet. So sometimes we already get little pets that have their names already. But these two little boys, look at this guy. What's that? They stick like Velcro. Come here, kitty. Well, that's it. I'm going to be able to show you there we go. So we partner with the SPCA to help us help our community find homes for little kittens like these two little boys. Yeah, and dogs and other animals as well. And so it's been a great partnership over the years, and I've appreciated my 6 years of being here. Every month you bringing in a pet for us to display and talk about, and keep reminding our community that if they want a pet, there's a lot of great pets at SPCA that they can adopt. You can catch them really young like these two, or you can go in and find a mature pet that has been displaced and needs a new home. So we want to thank you for your continual efforts to help us with those things in our community. And good luck finding a home for these two. They don't have names, but I can think one of them might be Smokey, or I don't know. but we want to. What's that?
They need foster parents.
They
They need foster parents. They're under 2 months old. They need somebody to take care of them for about 2 weeks, and then they'll go up for adoption. That's why they don't have names yet. They just came in. We actually, because it is, we're getting to springtime, we're getting a lot of kittens. Kittens can reproduce 3 times a year, dogs twice. They can get pregnant as low as 4 months old. And because of that, we are having an increase in little cats coming in. So if you wanted to sign up and you're maybe not able to adopt, you can also help by being a foster parent. It's only for a few weeks. It's not going to be like a forever commitment, but it's also a way to try it out and see if this is ready, if this is something you're really interested in doing.
This one's coat is just a little bit darker. Look at that kitty. Isn't that the cutest thing? Anyway, my personal opinion is that animals are one of God's greatest gifts to us. And so they're just a blessing to our lives, whether you like kitties or you got a voice there. Or you like doggies. We've got a lot of those available for everybody, so thank you. And thank you to the SPCA. My next ceremonial is a proclamation for Red Cross Month, and we have Nicole Mall. Nicole, please come up with your team. Yeah. Well, these are volunteers. Yep. Perfect. Yep, thank you. So you're all volunteers for Red Cross, and that's one of the things I was going to talk about. The American Red Cross is quite possibly one of the greatest charities in the United States. It's been around for more than 130 years with thousands of volunteers, giving millions of hours, millions of meals, and to provide comfort to victims of natural disasters and those in need. They respond to 62,000 disasters a year in the United States alone. They respond to crisis in 190 countries around the world. In the Central Valley last year, they helped and provided comfort to 631 families of all of our neighbors and friends. We've probably, all of us at one time, have known somebody who the Red Cross has helped out. They've been active in assisting victims of wildfires like last year's Paradise Fire. They get mobilized quickly, they go right into the middle of the problem, and they start taking care of people with a multitude of needs. Locally, they also help educate and provide smoke alarms for free to those who need them. 580 of them, 5,800 of them so far. So we wanted to recognize them today for all the good work they do throughout our community and actually around the world. I want to thank everybody that volunteers and does good work for all of our neighbors. And so, Nicole, I was going to make this presentation to you, and I'd like to see if you'd like to say a few words about the Red Cross.
like to have my colleagues take the picture. Council members, thank you for having us here today. We're so appreciative, and to every one who is in attendance. This month, we are going to be installing 600 free smoke alarms, and we're actually going to be in District 1 in the Fresno High area. And let me tell you, the Red Cross, these volunteers that you see right here, respond to an average of 3 to 5 home fires in the city of Fresno every single week. When there is a home fire that affects humans, the Red Cross is immediately called, and they will respond at any time. We appreciate your support, and I have brought some materials I would love to share. Council President Brandow, we appreciate your support and congratulate you on the next steps in your journey. And we love being able to share the Red Cross mission and the Red Cross story with each of you.
Thank you, Nicole. And our clerk will pass these out. Let me get these out of your hands. If we could pass those to each of the council members. And then what do you have here? What's this?
Hello, everybody. My name is Mary Bastos. I'm from Venezuela, and I'm volunteering for the American Red Cross like a year ago. So I go with my friends, I call them my friends, around the Central Valley, teaching people how to be prepared just in case of emergency. And basically, this is one of our mission, prepare and be alert just in case something happens. So educate the people is the most important thing the American Red Cross has. So I'm very glad to be part of the American Red Cross.
Thank you. Nicole, what I'd like to do is pass the microphone to the volunteers and let them tell us who they are and how long they've been serving, and maybe give an example of something that they've done in our community.
Hello there. Good morning. I'm Stephanie, and I've been volunteering about 1.5 years with American Red Cross. I work with the DAT team, disaster action team. I work with the fire alarm program. Sorry if I didn't get that correct, but I've done a couple of programs with either Coalinga outside of Fresno County or inside Fresno County, but a little bit outside of Fresno. Mendota. Other districts are Clovis and Fresno. Can't think of them all, forgive me, because I have actually had a stroke, so that's my story. Started volunteering after stroke, so giving back to the volunteering, and I work with the SAF, yes, Service for Armed Forces, and that actually, we do things with the Grizzlies Stadium as well. We work with veterans, giving back to the Vietnam service. So welcome home, Vietnam, and that was fun last year. We're going to do it again this year, so I can't wait to be supporting with them. So sorry if I'm a little nervous, but
No, you did well.
Thank you. And
Thank you for volunteering.
yeah, I'd like to get more people involved.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm Deborah Brown, and I've been with the Red Cross for 1.5 years about right now, and I work with the DAT team as well. I enjoy working with the Service of Armed Forces when I have time to fit into their events. And I think there's a couple other things that I do. I do the sound alarm when I have time, and I just encourage everyone to get involved with the Red Cross, either by volunteering or just coming to the events. We really enjoy having you.
Hello, I'm Christina. I'm actually the business operations coordinator for the Red Cross, but I do some volunteer work as well. I've helped in a Sound the Alarm event, which we went to a mobile park and we installed several fire alarms. And I plan to help out and volunteer in many more activities. And hopefully I can deploy one day when there is a disaster and they are in need. So that's one of my goals.
Nicole, if you'll stand right here, I'm going to present this to you. I've already illustrated a lot of the great things you did, so I'm not going to read the whole proclamation, but just the ending. Therefore, be it further resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand and Fresno City Council members, do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim April 2019 to be Red Cross Month. Let's give these folks a hand, okay?
Congratulations to the Red Cross. You guys are a vital link in our community, and you provide such a fantastic service, so we can't express our appreciation enough. The next proclamation is Grizzlies Opening Day, and that's by me and Councilmember Arias and the mayor.
It's everybody's baseball stadium, so you guys are all welcome to come down with us.
All right, Parker's got all the love in the world. Good to see you, Parker. We're being joined by a lot of our council members, and this is the opportunity for us to celebrate opening day of the Grizzly season this year. And Derek, come on up here. At any rate, it's an honor on behalf of the city of Fresno to bring this proclamation here today. Today, we're declaring it Growlifornia Day. You want to try that? Growlifornia.
California.
Well, this is the freshman version of that. Anyway, it's a great honor and a privilege, and good to see President Franks here, and of course Parker. This is an exciting year for us because we've got a new team, we have new colors, we have new faces, we have new uniforms. This is really, really exciting, and Parker's giving us the jersey right there, the new look, the new colors. It looks great. So it's an exciting season, and I love it when Parker gets the crowd going. I tried to do in the lobby. We practiced, but show me the moves, Parker. I didn't quite have it, but we'll keep working on it. All right. You'll be my choreographer.
Children out there.
So.
I feel better with Parker doing it.
Well, so do I. So I love you guys. Anyway, we want everybody to come out and watch this fantastic new team. I'm proudly wearing my 2015 championship lapel pin. That was a fantastic season. We're going to try to do it again this year. And I want to thank everybody for coming down here. Miguel?
I just want to remind everyone that there was a multi-million-dollar investment this year at Chachansey Park. So for the adults, there's going to be an extra location for everyone to drink. Councilmember Brandel, please come. And for those of us who have kids and see it as a family event, there's a splash park on the other side of the park for all our kiddos to be able to cool down during the hot summer season. So thank you all for the improvements. I know they were hard to get on time. They're incredible, and I think they're going to be a big asset. And it's going to be one more way for our park to be that kind of entertainment venue for everyone in the city.
Mayor Brand, you're next.
Thank you, Paul. I want to congratulate Derek for the great job you've done. Parker, same thing. And the new colors, Growlifornia. But the Baker family and all their partners have made a dramatic change. This is a long history going back to 20-plus years. And I've seen more improvements in the last 2 years than I've seen in probably the last 20 years. And I think there's truly a partnership between the city of Fresno and the Grizzlies. Looking forward to going out there tonight and having a hot dog. We're going to have a pitching contest tonight. Who could bounce it to least to get it to home plate? But anyway, congratulations on a new season. Look forward to seeing you guys tonight.
Just want to thank Councilmember Bredderfield for building the stadium. And Mayor, whoever loses jumps in the splash park today.
Keeping it open.
No, this is a wonderful thing. Yes, 20 years ago, I was here voting on this stadium, and we got it built. And 20 years later, 500,000 people coming every year. You guys have done a phenomenal job. People love this stadium. It's a tremendous asset to our city, and I'm just proud to be a part of it and to have supported it. And I think people are going to have a wonderful night tonight. It's going to be a great season. Nelson?
Yeah, sure. I'm super excited to be part of tonight. It's going to be my first time as a council member getting to go out there. I don't know if I'm going to win the pitching contest. I'm the youngest and spryest, so I'm going to try and power through this meeting so I can go home and practice. No, it's a great honor to be here with along you folks, alongside you, and looking forward to many more years of partnership between city of Fresno and the Fresno Grizzlies.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bursitis up here, Paul. So if I don't, throw the perfect strike tonight and paint the corner.
We have a history of perfect strikes.
We do. I don't know if I'm going to beat my colleagues here throwing out the first pitch tonight. My goal is to beat Parker. I don't think Parker can actually throw a baseball. We're going to find out tonight. Anyway.
Shall we, if we read the proclamation, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Whereas baseball has been a long-standing tradition in the city of Fresno as the sunny California weather provides a climate for baseball year-round. And whereas Fresno, California has an excellent track record of producing highly competitive teams at all levels, from recreational leagues to our school programs. And whereas at the start of each spring, baseball fans are presented with the gift of professional baseball with the start of Fresno Grizzlies season. This season's fans will see new faces on the diamond as the Grizzlies have become the new AAA affiliate for the Washington Nationals, and we are proud of their 22nd season in the AAA baseball. Whereas the Grizzly provides and maintains a competitive level to play each year, no matter their affiliate, and continue to entertain by continuing traditions alive. For the 5th consecutive season, the Grizzlies will transform into the Fresno Tacos every Tuesday home game. Whereas the Grizzlies continue with the Bear Flag Rebellion, which began in 2015 with Sacramento, it's not our capital. With the change in affiliate comes new Gralifornia, same edge. And whereas we commend the Grizzlies on their 4th consecutive winning season, going for a franchise record of 5th straight. Now there be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members and baseball fans across Central California wish the Fresno Grizzlies a successful 2019 season and encourage everyone to come out and support the Fresno Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and Fresno City Council members do here proclaim Thursday, April 4th, to be Gralifornia Day.
Let's hear it for our fantastic Grizzlies. By the way, the Grizzly Gralifornia flag is flying over City Hall and will continue to do so through the first week of the opening season. I see some great teammates down there. We'd like to do one more photo with us showing our split finger fastball. If you guys want to do... tonight starts at 7 o'clock. So come early. The food is fantastic. Look at the... Yes, the rest... Come on, the whole team. Let's participate. Yeah, you got the new colors on. Looking great. Looking great.
Those
That's
who
not a
can't
knuckleball.
pitch,
That's a knuckleball.
take photos.
Come on and squeeze in, guys. You guys want to hold your balls out? So. Fantastic. Thank you all very much. And tonight's going to be fantastic.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Council President, I have an announcement to make. Earlier, when I was giving the changes to the agenda, I said file ID 19-14463C regarding the Senate bill was continued to April 25th meeting. That's incorrect. It's continued to the April 11th meeting.
Okay. And Doug, so we've already voted on that. How does that, is that not a big deal?
No, that's not a big deal.
Okay.
That's not substantive.
All right. Now we are up for council member reports and comments. Opportunity for council members to talk about things that's happened since our last council meeting. Council member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple of announcements. So big news, this past Tuesday, State Center Community College District Board approved a design build process for a parking structure at the Fresno City College, which is going to be along Blackstone. It will be 1,000 parking stalls for students, faculty, and staff. It's been a long time coming, at least in the last 5 years that I've represented District 1. We worked very hard with the residents to make sure that the board understood the importance of finally completing this type of project to alleviate the parking issues and litter issues that were happening in the surrounding neighborhood, which is the Porter track in the Fresno High, Fresno City College area. So very excited about this. I want to thank the residents that have been very patient, but also that have come out and made their voice heard at our community meetings, at the Board of Trustee meetings. Excited that the construction will begin next year in 2020 through the design build process. So want to thank all the trustees, President Goldsmith for keeping with her commitment to making sure that this happens. And it will also help the Blackstone corridor, which is an exciting thing as well. Couple other announcements that I have. We have a neighborhood block party on the West Shaw Estates. The Hope Coalition is hosting this party to promote community unity and provide job opportunities for residents. This is taking place this Saturday, April 6th, from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. We will be out there providing information and information about city resources at the event. We also have a Fresno High School alley cleanup. We are partnering up with Fresno County along with the East Fresno Kiwanis Club to make sure that we are cleaning up the local alleys in those neighborhoods. We're going to be out there from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Also this weekend, and a barbecue will follow up the cleanup. And then lastly, I do want to thank Era Energy and CEA for welcoming us and taking us to Kalinga this past Saturday. I have a District 1 Young Council Member program where we had the opportunity to learn about STEM jobs and the opportunities in the energy industry. So just exciting to be able to get a tour and talk to the folks that are on the ground that have had the opportunity to work for these types of companies to be able to have some good paying jobs. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes. So been pretty busy since the last time that we had a city council meeting. Last week had the privilege of sitting down with some of our city employees from the City of Fresno Professional Employees Association. I got to hear some of their concerns, and always a privilege to listen to our employees. And they should all know I'm an open book and have open ears and willing to meet with different groups. Last Friday, had the privilege of going to visit a spectacular little gem here in our city, the Community Center for Arts and Technology. They have a mobile unit right now that's serving some of the rural communities, but they are getting prepared to open a center over at 180 in Fulton. Councilmember Arias, I think it's in your district, and I'm happy to take you over and show you. We're going to do the grand opening, I think, in mid-April, so we're definitely going to be there to support those folks. Really awesome plan they have there for a community center to support our students. Also this past Friday, had the privilege of touring, along with Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Chavez, some of the you would say some of the worst motels in the city, and that's with respect to a number of police calls and different code enforcement issues that they've had. So it was myself and, again, I guess I call it the band of misfits that included myself, the two council members, the mayor, chief went with us, city attorney's office, and it was a very eye-opening experience for many of us just to kind of take a look and these different sites that have caused quite a bit of problem throughout the city, primarily in my district and in Councilmember Arias' district. Sort of related to that, had the privilege of representing the city at the Beauty for Ashes fundraiser this past Friday night. They are an organization that combats human trafficking. So we need their help and all the other different organizations' help as we pursue action against and push back against that type of activity here in our city. Saturday, had the privilege of going down to the sheet metal workers local 104 facility. They kind of had a very educational type activity in class for some of the elected officials throughout town. We got to learn quite a bit about what they do, how they do it, the different apprenticeship programs that they offer. They really want to have a partnership with not only the city, but also our educational institutions as they are trying to draw in some of those students who are not opting for college, are instead on more of a career track and trade track. So that was, again, very eye-opening and great to sort of see that program and that option, that career path that's available for folks across the city. A couple days ago, got to be part of the Census 2020 press conference launch. I think the census is coming up in 2020 is going to be a very, very important component of how many dollars the city of Fresno is going to receive over the next 10 years. So we want to make sure we get a complete count. I think that's going to be an item that we as the council take up and making sure that we support the efforts to count every single person in the city of Fresno to make sure that we are getting our share of resources from the state and federal government that everybody's counted going forward for the next decade. Yesterday had a great time hanging out with the superstar parents of Ann M. Leavenworth Elementary School. So Leavenworth is an elementary school in my district, right off of Cedar, just south of the 180. And there's a rock star group of parents who come together. They're facilitated by some folks here in the city, and they took over 2 to 3 hours to pick up one of the alleys on the south end, clean up one of the alleys on the south end of the school. So really proud of them. I was proud to be there with them. At the end, we bought them pizza, and the alley looks great now. And we're going to be in contact with the business owners who line up against the alley, other side of the school, and just make sure that we're keeping that area clean from now on. But really happy to support the formal name of the group is the Superstar Parents of Leavenworth Elementary. And of course, last but not least, we've already alluded to this in the last proclamation. Tonight's opening day, so at Chachansey Park, see the Fresno Grizzlies. So looking forward to that and looking forward to seeing everybody there. And that will conclude my lengthy remarks.
Thank you for acknowledging that they were lengthy, and respect to Councilmember Capriolos, that will make mine even longer. In all seriousness, I just want to say thank you to everyone who helped us with the tour of the motels in District 3 and District 7. A couple of points I want to make is that some of our poorest individuals in our city are living in third world conditions in Parkway and Motel Drive. They're paying $700 of rent or $350 a week. Vacancies rates are as high as 75% in those facilities. So as we continue to do the work on repurposing, reforming, and potentially shutting down motels, I want everybody to be very conscious of the fact that the existing conditions are not viable and not acceptable. So as much as we want to work with some of the owners, we have to be realistic that nobody in this city should be living in third world conditions, paying the same amount of rent on a monthly basis that you would find in other parts of the city. So thank you again for all the staff who made that tour possible. I think it was eye-opening to have to be in space, see drug exchanges happen right in front of us, talk to the actual tenants who've been there for years and what they have to go through, and knowing that that is the magnet of human trafficking. It has been for 40 years in our city, and we have continuously driven by it for year after year while trying to make some minor improvements around the edges. Those days have come to an end. It's the same conversation I've had with the owners twice already of those facilities, and I hope as we go down this path, city staff doesn't let up on ensuring that the magnet of human trafficking that has such a horrible history in our city doesn't continue to flourish, especially knowing that we actually take in millions of dollars in motel tax a year. In my view, that makes us complicit to the human trafficking trade in our city, so we should be very aggressive about shutting down those facilities permanently. Thank you all.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to thank Fresno State University, their entire staff, all their sports teams this year. Women's basketball went deep into the tournament season, post-tournament season. Men's basketball, likewise, had some great players that were recognized most recently in the paper. The rugby team did a great job. They've adopted Vinland Park in my district as their practice field, and it's great to see them out there. That's men and women. They have like 51 men and 52 women on these teams that come out and practice and represent Fresno State. And of course, I'm a fan of the wrestling team, and this year we have an all-American wrestler right out of Fresno State. So the university's done really well. Many of us are proud graduates of Fresno State, and I think many of you are proud graduates as well. So go Bulldogs, keep it up. I can't wait for football. Thank you.
All right, and the screen is clear. I'm going to make a few comments and during council comments as well. Today is my last council meeting. I think everybody knows that. But I'm going to officially resign as the council president. Further in the agenda, a new council president will be named at that time, and then we'll have a little ceremony, and I'll get to make some comments at that time. But I know how this works after being here for 6 years. Most of you will be out of the room. A lot of our departments are here so that we can work through consent calendar. As soon as an item has been cleared, then they go back to work. And so while I had a few more of our staff here, I did want to say, and I'll make more comments later, but I know many more of you are in the room right now. It's been a pleasure working with the staff. I really believe we have great departments in the city of Fresno. It's all across the board. There's too many people to name, really, but it's been a pleasure working with you. And I hope to still keep connected to the wonderful staff we have at the city of Fresno. I want to add that early on in my council career, we started getting a lot of demand for dog parks in Northwest Fresno, and then I've heard that other districts have been asking for dog parks. A lot of citizens want a great place for their dogs to meet other dogs and socialize and have the benefit of letting their dog off of a leash, run around without just doing that out on a playground. So it's taken a while, but in last year's budget, we had discretionary dollars. And what I chose to do with my discretionary dollars the last year was install 3 new dog parks in Northwest Fresno at different parks throughout the district. And this last week, we had the great opportunity of doing kind of a grand opening. The dog parks have been opened, most of them since November. That was right in the middle of winter. We waited for the spring to come. All 3 dog parks are open. Last week, we had a grand opening at one of them. It was fantastic. And the residents love it. And so glad to finally get those across the table. So I want to thank the Parks Department and Christina for all of the work helping us get that done. And then I want to add a couple of things. A couple of weeks ago, Councilman Bredefeld brought forward his memorial, Veterans Memorial, that's to be installed out in the front of the building. And I appropriated $10,000 to make that happen. I think that's a good thing. It's down. Yes, it's not in my district. It's down here at City Hall. That's the right place for it. So I took some of my district dollars and helped to build that wonderful project. So Councilman Bredefeld, I'd like to be invited when you have that grand opening or that ribbon cutting.
You will absolutely be there, and we're very appreciative for the support. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Along those lines, there's been another project that I've been wanting to be a part of. I've supported it with many votes over the years and more recent years, and that is a multi-generational facility here for the citizens in the city of Fresno. Councilman Capriolio has made this his true passion to get this done before he leaves office in the next year and a half or so. And so we have a community center in my district, and it's doing well. We've done a lot of work to get that even in better hands as we've turned over the partnership to Parks and Recreation from the city of Fresno. So I'm glad about that, but the multi-generational facility is much larger, much more expansive. I believe it's going to draw citizens, Paul, from all across the city to come and participate. And so I love your vision and your passion for that project. And so I'm going to set aside $100,000 from my infrastructure money to help you with that project, to be locked in to help you with that project.
I'm going to give you some love on that.
You got it. This is a great need in our community, this multi-generational facility, bringing our senior citizens together with children, allowing that transfer of wisdom and energy. It's just a great vision, and it needs to happen. And although it won't be in Northwest Fresno, it's still, in my opinion, a citywide project, and I want to be a part of that. And so,
Thank you so much for your generosity, Steve.
You got it.
Blows my mind, and that just shows the type of person you are and your commitment to this city. And I think the county of Fresno is lucky to have you with that same passion for the county of Fresno. So on behalf of all the citizens of this wonderful community called Fresno, thank you. And you will be there. You will cut the ribbon. How about that?
All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Then, now, Doug, have we found out the answer about that committee?
So what's the question?
On the Finance and Audit Council Committee, who is the chair?
Council President, we're still researching that, and I'll have that to you shortly.
Okay. That is a goal of mine to, by the end of the day, we'll tackle that issue. It's not a big deal, but we're going to have to find a replacement for myself on several of the different boards and commissions that I sit on here representing the city. All right, that's it for council comments today. I'm sorry I took so long with that, but I had to get some of those things out here during my final council meeting. Now we're on to the consent calendar.
Councilmember Brandel, congratulations and good luck across the street.
Thank you, Miguel.
I just want to add also congratulations. Look forward to working with you in partnership to make sure that we address some of the city-county issues, especially in the areas that overlap. So I will be calling you.
Yeah, you got it, Esmeralda. All right, we're going to move to the consent calendar, and I'm going to start by pulling item 1B, and I'm asking any of my colleagues, do they have other items that they would like to pull off the consent calendar for discussion?
I do. 1A, 1C, 1J.
Okay. So far we have items 1B, 1A, 1C, and 1J pulled. Do we have any others?
Yes, Council President, I have a question on 1F.
1F, so we'll pull 1F as well. Any others?
I would like to pull 1G.
1G. We're pulling practically the entire consent calendar this morning. Is that it? Okay. Do I have a motion for the? Yeah, I'm going to. A motion to approve and a second by a motion by Councilmember Soria, a second by Councilmember Capriolio. Now I'm going to go out to the public and see if anybody would like to address any of the remaining items on the consent calendar. Please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes to address any of the remaining items on the consent calendar. All right, I don't see any. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. That motion passes 6-0. We'll just take these in the direction, in the order that they were pulled. So we'll start with 1B. I pulled item 1B. It's awarding a contract to De Novo Planning Group for the completion of the Environmental Impact Report Infrastructure Financing Plan for the West Area Specific Plan.
Resource Management Department. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Rodney, I just wanted to bring this forward and allow this agenda item for me to ask a couple questions about the progress. I want to thank you, Rodney, by the way, for heading up a lot of community meetings that have now taken place, including a team that we put together, a committee to look at the West area. And so could you real quickly catch us up where we're at in the process and what's going to be happening from here forward?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the question. We are moving along very well as far as the progress for the specific plan of the West area. We've had approximately 8 steering committee meetings, 2 community-wide meetings that we kind of built as community conversations. And so out of those meetings, as well as the kickoff survey, we received a lot of community input for the vision for the West area. As you know, Mr. President, the West area is very large, 7,077 acres or 11 square miles. And so there's a lot of competing interests. And so what we've been able to do is lay a lot of those issues on the table, discuss them, come up with some really core guiding principles that have been adopted by the steering committee, which we will be back before this body to actually formally initiate the plan. Where we are at now is just the initial outreach. We haven't officially initiated the plan, but we want to kind of keep the project moving and on time.
Perfect. Thank you, Rodney. And then what does this contract do to take us to the next step, this specific contract?
Sure. What this specific contract will do is actually do a lot of the really technical studies that's required for specific plans. And the West area is very unique. There's a lot of infrastructure that's lacking in the plan area. So there's an infrastructure financing plan that's part of this particular plan process that will look at the type of infrastructure that's needed should the plan area be built out in the next 10 to 15 years, how much it's going to cost, and then the ways in which we can actually pay for that infrastructure.
All right, thank you, Rodney. Almost every time I talk to the public in my district, west of 99 is certainly high on the list of things that gets brought up and often complained about, and we know why. There's been they've been felt disconnected really from the rest of our city, mostly because of traffic, but also sometimes because of amenities such as shopping and connection to the city. So about 4 years ago, when Mayor Swearingen was still here in her administration, I located and separated dollars within the budget process to begin the study of the West Area Specific Plan. So I'm really glad that today, on my last day, to hear this update. I'm glad that there's been a lot of community work done. That doesn't mean that everything's been done and that there's still not debates to be had and great input to collect from people. But I'm glad that we're moving forward to address west of 99. And I'm glad that this contract today is going to help us get some of the technical work done and tell us exactly what we're looking at on the streets that need to be paved, the cost involved, the rest of the planning as well, including parks and other amenities. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this contract this morning.
I'll second that, but I do have a question. Ronnie, thanks for allowing me to interrupt you at Grocery Outlet last night to ask you a couple questions on the contract. I'm glad that some of our city employees get to shop and hang out downtown. In this case, staff is not recommending the lowest bidder to be awarded the contract. Can you walk us through why that is?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Vice President. I can tell you that of the 3 firms that did respond, the firm that we went with was the highest qualified. They are very familiar with the city of Fresno. Their price point is a little bit higher, but it's certainly within budget. To walk you through, out of 100 possible points, they were the highest scoring, highest qualified firm. As you're aware, Mr. Vice President, we have it's all in-house as far as the specific plan process. It's all in-house. So this is the firm that we really want to have in the trenches with us as we complete the specific plan process in the West area.
Thank you, Rodney. And just a point of last feedback. I saw the bios of the principals and they're being proposed to be involved in this project. And it was clear to me that it was a lack of diversity. This area that is going to be served through this EIR process is extremely diverse. So I would hope that the contractor recognizes the need to have diverse staff that understands the needs of the West area as they undertake this work. Thank you again for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. I'm going to go out to the public and see if anybody would like to address the West Area Specific Plan. All right, I don't see anybody coming forward. Councilman Bredefeld, are you punched up for this?
Councilmember Brenda?
Yes. Councilmember, sorry, it's also
part of my district, so
true.
I would like to just make some very quick remarks. My questions have been answered, and we've been working through with the staff. You guys have done an outstanding job, so thank you both both of you for all the work that you guys have done with the committee, meeting with us outside after committee meetings to keep us updated. Excited that we're moving forward and that we're at this, space. Just what's the time frame once we approve the contract? If you can, when can we expect to be back?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, Councilmember Soria, and also for the support throughout the plan process between you, Council President Brandow, and Councilmember Arias. What I can tell you is that the next step is we would actually like to complete the procurement process, which would mean finalizing the contract, executing the contract, and recording it with the city clerk's office, and then issuing a notice to proceed. After that, we would actually like to start compiling the data for the consultant firm so that they can begin the technical studies. While that's going on, there's another train that's going to be leaving the station at the same time, and that's actually completing the hearings for initiation, which should be occurring next month before Planning Commission and City Council.
So what's the kind of time frame in terms of months, just so folks know?
What we'd like to do is actually have the plan and the EIR as well as the infrastructure financing plan before council in the spring of 2020. It's going to take a good bit of time to do the technical studies, but we hope to have this plan before you for final adoption in the spring of 2020.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rodney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. The screen is clear, so I'm going to go out to the public. If anybody in the public would like to address the West Area Specific Plan, this contract. All right, I don't see any. What's that? I already made it, and it's been seconded, but you can be our double second. All right, screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. All right, and that motion passes 5-0 with Councilman Capriolio and Chavez absent. Our next pulled agenda consent calendar item is item 1A, and that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President Brandow. Police Chief, will you be speaking to this item? I noticed that this contract was initially established in 1997, so I think it's a year after I graduated high school.
It's been a long one.
Yes, yes. And since then, we've been doing renewals without going out to bid. Can you walk us through why that is and when you expect that we're actually going to go out to bid with this contract?
Sure. We entered into a contract with, at that time it was called Data 911. They still do business as Data 911. They are a hardware software vendor. They are now called Broadcast Microwave Services. The initial contract allowed for a turnkey computer-aided dispatch system, report writer system, records management system, and a number of other things that they provided for us. They are the ones that have the, in terms of source codes, they own that. They own the intellectual properties. And so they are the ones that are the only ones that are able to actually perform the maintenance on these systems. This will be our last contract with them. And I'll tell you why is that we have entered into an agreement with a company called Axon. And they have been embedded in our department for the last 13 to 14 months. And they are developing a new records management system for us at no cost. And we will be the beta department for the nation of this new program. But until that gets up and running, the cutover we assume to be in September of this year. But we do need maintenance on our records management system, RPW system, up until that time we cut over. After that, we will then be implementing a new computer-aided dispatch system with Axon. And again, that will be at no cost to us and will be the beta site. But we still need Data 911 to perform the maintenance on that until we're complete. So this contract is for 18 months. It will be the last one. It covers 2 fiscal years. FY20, the cost is $264,638. FY21 is $113,587. These dollars are already within our approved budget for this year. And again, this will be the last contract that we enter into with Data 911. The cost of a new CAD system, RPW system, somewhere between 800,000, 900,000 a year, maybe $1 million now. And we will not have that cost in our department once the Axon report writing system and computer-aided dispatch system, automated vehicle locator system is provided to us, again, in exchange for us being the beta site.
Now, Chief, so it seems to me that we got into this place where we had to use them because they were the only ones that could manage and operate the system over time, correct?
That's correct.
Are we doing the same thing with this newer software company? Are they also going to be the only ones that can manage and operate the system going forward?
They will, but we have an agreement with them that there will be no cost for the first 6 years. And I believe we're going to be negotiating even beyond that. So yes, they will have the, but we anticipate training in-house folks for that purpose.
And then my last question, when it comes to systems like these, are there several companies out there, or is there a couple that monopolize the industry? What's the environment?
There's a number of software companies that provide records management as well as the CAD. The one that the Sheriff's Department is utilizing is Mark 43, a very reputable, good company. We've looked at their product, and there's a number of others out there. I think New World is one of them that Clovis uses. And the benefit with this system, all of the systems, is that they're cloud-based and that there will be interconnectivity between us, Clovis, and the Sheriff's Department because it is cloud-based. The sharing of information will be seamless.
Got it. So you will be able to exchange information in case of a crisis situation, be able to communicate with each other.
Yes, yeah. And again, us being a beta site for them, for the nation, we're going to get these services free.
Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
We got a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilman Capriolio. Councilmember Soria.
Just a quick follow-up as I read I was reading the fiscal impact of this item. So it says funds for FY20 will be included in the FY20 budget if approved. Can you give me the breakdown? So today we're approving 18 months, but we don't have appropriated funds in this current budget for the entire 18-month period. So
The appropriations, FY20 is $264,638. FY21 will be $113,587.
So these dollars, and maybe City Manager, you could clarify, are they currently in the budget, or will
Yes.
they be appropriated?
So the monies are currently in the budget. When we went through last fiscal year, we were paying a maintenance contract. The maintenance contract, the last one that we entered into, the cost, I believe, at that time was about, there was about $450,000, and then we backed out hardware cost, but the true cost of what we're going to be paying is in our existing budget.
Okay. But we will have to put additional dollars to continue for the 18 months in the following budget?
Not at that degree. It will be $113,587 for FY21, and the reason is they'll no longer be servicing our RPW system, only CAD for a period of time, and then when we do the cutover, they won't service any of our systems.
Perfect, thank you.
And I did want to add, too, that in exchange for us being the beta site, they also provided us with free Axon body-worn cameras, and I believe 100 of those body-worn cameras free for us doing this. So it's been a good deal for the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Chief.
You bet.
Thank you, Chief. My screen is clear up here, so I'm going to go out to the public and ask if any members of the public would like to address this contract for the police department. All right, I've got a motion from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilman Capriolio. Screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. And that motion passes 6-0. Next is item 1C, also pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, staff. I was reading the report and I couldn't ascertain why we're paying an additional $200,000 for the software system. What exactly are we getting in exchange for the additional allocation?
Good morning, Council Member Arias, Bonique Emerson, Planning Manager with the DARM Department. So if you go to page 2 of the staff report, we've outlined the items that Burn Software will be working on. So they are enhancements. So we're not paying additional money for the Excella system. They're helping us with enhancements and modifications. So some of these things are a result of having to make changes to accommodate the money back guarantee program. There are also new records and workflows that we're adding in different divisions. So it's modifications and enhancements. And one of the reasons why we have to extend the contract is because it took us a little bit longer to find and hire a programmer analyst within our department. So we currently do not have the capacity to handle some of these items in-house. And so that person, that programmer analyst, we finally got that position hired, and that person started on Monday. So it is going to be a, about a 12-month process for them to be completely embedded and understand the complexity of our needs in terms of scripting, custom scripting, and custom reporting.
Have we worked out all the kinks on Excel?
Excella is running as we intended, but again, we're constantly enhancing it, and
Thank
making
you.
modifications.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve?
I want to make some comments.
Councilmember Soria.
Appreciate the staff report. I did read, the list of things that you guys said you guys needed the dollars for. I just hope that in the next 12 months with this new person, we're able to continue to build the capacity. I think we've learned kind of through the process and during the money back guarantee that a number of the issues that the city faces is the lack of having employees that to fill those positions that are vacant and that have that expertise. So I'm just hoping that maybe we get a 6-month report kind of as to where we're at with this contract. $200,000 is, I think quite significant. And so I know that there are some new things that were added as a result of money back guarantee and so forth. But I hope that we can get some type of report to see how we're progressing and advancing especially with the new analyst that just got hired. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second to the motion?
So is that okay with 6 months to add to your motion? Come back and kind of see where we're at? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I've got a motion by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilman Bredefeld on this amended motion. Would any members, and thank you, Bonique, any members of the public like to address this? All right, screen is clear. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. The next item, item 1J, also pulled by Councilman Arias.
Thank you. Staff, I know you're recommending that we reject all bids on this. Looks like a universal contract for whenever the Public Works Department digs up pipes. What's the reason for rejecting all bids? And secondly, what's your plan since we're rejecting the bids?
Yeah, so first of all, Mike Carbajal, Public Utilities. And so this contract is to put the final asphalt patch down after we access the utility system. So it's an ongoing contract, typically runs about 3 years, and so we do have to renew that contract and establish new pricing. And so in the process, the bid prices in converting from a 6-month term to a 1-year term were not properly extended, so the bid quantities just don't match the term. So we need to correct that. That way we get appropriate bid quantities in the contract.
It's a technical error.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, motion to approve.
Thank you.
Got a motion by Councilman Arias, a second by Councilman Capriolio. Screen is clear here. Any members of the public like to address this contract? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 6-0. The next item is item 1F. That was pulled by Councilmember Esparza.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Benelli with the Public Works Department.
Morning. Quick, just one question, a couple questions. So, my question is, what liabilities does the city have if we're acquiring this easement for a private developer because of their difficulties acquiring it on their own? What are we exposed to?
We often acquire street right-of-way for a subdivision project. State law requires that if there is a condition of approval on a project to acquire right-of-way, and if the developer is unable to acquire it, the city must take it over. And the reason for that law is because the developer doesn't have the power of eminent domain. In this case, we didn't have to use that, but they were just not able to complete the acquisition before their final map. And so I don't believe that we have liability. We have a responsibility by state law to acquire the right-of-way.
Okay, yeah. I think the report says that they gave the city $291,000 for the easement. So there's no consequences after the development construction.
I'm sorry, would you say that again?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of re-asking. There's no, after the development, the construction, there's no liability exposure for the city.
There's no liability. This is street right-of-way.
Okay.
The purchasing street right-of-way is no different than throughout town where we have streets.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve?
You got a motion to
Second.
approve? And a second by council members. We're going to go with Soria because I think this is her district.
Yeah, this
right?
is my district. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for asking the question, because I also just had a clarification about, I think, the modification that was read into the record by the clerk. So I think for me, that issue has been answered satisfactorily. I do want to thank the staff for working on this. This has been, it's a good thing happening in the community. This actually street is a dirt street that is utilized by folks in that neighborhood. So making sure that it becomes a public road that is actually safer to drive in is really, really important, especially for the development out there that is happening. So excited that this is finally coming, and thank you, staff, for working on this and making it happen. I know that the developers had a little bit of a challenging time, but that you guys took on the task to complete this. Thank you. So I'll go ahead. If it's okay, I'll make the motion and you can second.
Okay, let's do that. Motion made by Councilmember Soria, second by Councilmember Esparza. Any members of the public like to address this item? All right, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion also passes 6-0. The next item is item 1G, pulled by Councilman Bredefeld.
So this is the item related to Grizzly Fest being in Woodwood Park again, and they're scheduled to, this event is scheduled when?
For May 4th and 5th.
Okay, and so this is part of what was initially agreed upon last year, where they had two events, correct?
Correct. So in February 2018, the council approved a two-part agreement. The first part for the 2018 event and an option to extend it for 2019 through the city manager's approval, as long as the terms were substantially similar. There was two material changes to the contract, which is why we're bringing it back for council consideration. One of which was the license fee. Last year it was $100,000. This year it's $60,000. The other piece is the time. The last year's event went to 11:30 at night. This year's event will stop at 10 p.m.
Right. And so for me, this Grizzly Fest is a wonderful event. There's no question about that. For me, my objection to it is I just don't believe it belongs in Woodwood Park. I believe it belongs downtown. And other cities have these kinds of events in their downtown. I think we kind of the council did turn their back on helping downtown by not having it there. We just saw Fresias that was there, and it was estimated about 19,000 people, 20,000 people. Is that right?
I believe 17,000 was what I saw in the news, but...
Okay. Be careful what you see on the news. So, I mean, huge amounts of people, and it was successful. And Grizzly Fest has been downtown until they went to Woodwood Park. Now, one of the main concerns that I have is just the noise factor. We had over 100 complaints from people. Now, we are going to do a noise study, and I do want to give the Ian group who put on Grizzly Fest kudos. They handled the traffic. It was flawless. A lot of people were concerned about that. And so I suspect there won't be any issues. Again, I know they're planning on doing some of the same kinds of things to mitigate those impacts, and greatly appreciate that, as do the residents. There is going to be a noise study during Grizzly Fest. Do you want to comment on that, or would the city manager like to?
I can bring Jennifer Clark up to
Okay.
comment on that, but we will be engaging a noise consultant. She can speak to those details.
Okay.
Good morning, Councilmember Bretta Fowle,
Morning.
Jennifer Clark. So as we discussed last year, it was important to assess the baseline as to what noise would occur during similar periods of time, not during the festival as well as during the festival. So we have received a scope of work, and we're ready to execute a contract with a firm to conduct a full noise and acoustical study during and before the event. So if you'd like, I can discuss a little bit about what that would entail.
Sure.
So ahead of the event, there would be 1 or 2 weeks prior to the event, project site inspection, acoustical characteristics of the site, and suitable locations for the noise monitoring, and make contact with homeowners located in desired monitoring site areas for the purpose of access during the event. Conduct 24-hour noise measurements up to 5 selected locations within the vicinity of Woodward Park during the event. Measurements would be conducted over a 4-day period, beginning May 3rd and concluding Monday, May 6th. 4-day measurement period will provide existing ambient noise levels that would typically occur without the music festival, as well as noise levels during the music festival. Noise measurements will be conducted using the ANSI Type 1 precision sound level meters in terms of A-weighted sound levels. And then during the event, they will also conduct up to 20 short-term, 15-minute sampling noise levels at various locations throughout the park and adjacent residential neighborhoods. Then they will compare the findings of without the festival and with the festival. They'll prepare a report summarizing the methods, the data, and the findings of the survey, and then provide that back to the city.
Okay, good. And that's an important thing, because when we talk about the noise levels, our general plan calls for it not to exceed 67 decibels for parks, and clearly went into the 90s, and that reverberated through the neighborhood, through the residences. That's a problem. Is there and we'll have that information, we'll get that data, we'll fully understand the true impacts, not just speculate, but the true impacts. Is there a mandated traffic plan that's going to be, I mean, I know they did a good job last time. Do they have a specific plan like they did last time to ensure that there aren't going to be those problems?
Yes, in fact, last year, one of the street closures that occurred was on Audubon. We'll be able to actually keep that street open this year, but still provide for some Uber and Lyft drop-offs. One of the other concerns of last year's event was the Friday rush hour traffic, and that's no longer a concern since the event's on a Saturday and Sunday. Correct. And so a lot of those have been mitigated through those changes. Other than that, they've been working with PD to make sure that they have contract law enforcement on site, but the traffic control plan has been queued in to mitigate any of those concerns.
Okay. And again, I appreciate all of that. I'd like to ask our city attorney, are there any issues with the environmental analysis that took place?
Well, we provided the council a legal memo on the environmental analysis. I would say high level, the CEQA could be better, but I will note there's a full indemnification provision in the contract where the applicant here has to defend any CEQA issue.
Okay. Okay, and so I'm okay, I understand that. So I'm not going to be supportive of this because I don't believe it belongs in Woodward Park. I hope, I think the council majority will probably move it along, and so I hope it's a successful event without the impacts that we experienced, particularly with noise last time, but we'll address those through the noise study. And hopefully, should this event continue, I hope to see it in the downtown area in Councilmember Arias' district, where I think it really belongs. So that's all I have to add.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredderfield. And as you know, us in downtown will be happy to host music festivals, and I think we do it well. But I do think in the name of equality, North Fresno should also have music festivals. They're great experiences, and I think they go a long way towards economic development of our whole city. I do have some concerns with music festivals in general and events downtown, Laura, that I think we'll sit down this week to have a discussion on. I think the moving pieces around what insurance promoters have to have and when, and permitting and restrooms, access to restrooms, and when those decisions are made. My experience has been good, but I also have had the experience that in the first hour, those trash bins are already overflowing, and it really doesn't allow the Fulton Mall corridor to shine and a few other things. But with that said, I think music festivals are good, and they should be in all parts of the city. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilman Capriolio. Capriolio, you're up.
Thank you. Music festivals are fantastic, and it's putting us on the board as far as a destination location in Central California. I attended last year, and it was a fantastic experience. Great musicians. The crowd was fantastic. Good food. It flowed so smoothly. And in fact, I talked to about 3 of the officers who were attending the festival, and they actually, I don't want to quote them, but they actually said they were a little bit bored. It was such a smooth operation. They really didn't have much to do as far as what one would normally expected, something like that, as a huge festival as that was. So I was happy to hear that, as they were also. But I'd like to ask a couple more questions from the group. Can you guys come up? There they are. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions about economic impact and where the ticket sales are going from, and let you brag a little bit about this festival. By the way, I had one voice trip planned to Washington, D.C. I'm delaying that just to attend the festival this year.
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you to the council and to the city manager's office for working with us and really trying to build this event and do it the right way. I want to say thank you to Chief Dyer and his whole team. They're fantastic to work with. So I got to give kudos back to the city as well, and it seems like you guys are being pro-business on this. And Mr. Arias, thank you again for your support. I agree. Putting on an event in any magnitude is not easy. There's a lot of logistics that go on to it. There's a lot of financial risk. Just the impact that it takes our company to put this thing on is really substantial. We're competing against the world's largest festivals, and it's not an easy thing to come in front of, to get people to come to Fresno, California. This year alone, we're already 20% more growth from Visalia and Merced out that are coming into our city. Visit California has a campaign going up and down the whole state. Fresno Clovis Bureau is doing a ton of marketing, and we're seeing a lot of growth from tourism coming into this market. And we're utilizing Yosemite and Sequoia National Park as a destination, so once people can come here, they could experience Fresno in a highlighted way, and then they can go on further. Last year, the event did about $3.5 to $4 million in impact. That was one survey. We got another survey from another city, which said it was close to $5 to $6 million based on the numbers we submitted in taxes, revenues, jobs created, and so forth. Now, I'm not in the business of those numbers. I'm just trying to get, put on a productive event that's of quality and that the community can really appreciate. And what happens from that is what happens. And I'm glad that the city's getting revenue from it. I'm glad that the people are enjoying this community a lot more. I understand the concerns of Woodward Park and the neighbors. It was our decision to go to 10 o'clock based on concerns we've heard and issues from the past. The noise issues, we did a decibel count last year. In all the neighborhoods, it was below 65. So all the readings they did drop below 65. Well, that was what your guys' city team put together. I didn't do the decibel readings. So you guys have all you've seen that. So for us, we just want to be able to provide something that the city could be proud of. Regardless if it's in downtown, logistically, I can't produce this thing downtown. I can't. The event won't be able to happen. And there are other cities that have contacted us wanting us to do this event. And I'm a Fresno person through and through, and I believe in this city more than anybody. And I want to bring quality here, and that's the reason why I do this. It's not a financial gain for me. So saying all that, I appreciate you guys taking the time. I want to say thank you to Wilma and her team. I know there was a transition from last year to this year, and they've been fantastic. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Bredderfield and Mr. Brandow and all the council members that are here. Even if you weren't supportive of it last year, you guys still came out. You got to see it firsthand what it was, and I thank you for doing that as well and giving it a chance. So I respect everyone's decision, and I hope we can have another good year.
And Aaron, can you State your name and address for the record.
My name is Aaron, A-R-E-N, last name Hakimian, H-E-K-I-M-I-A-N, and I live on 2034 West Minarets. And your former district, I believe, after today, right? Congratulations.
Thanks, Aaron.
Well, listen, Aaron, it's a pleasure to work with you on this from day one. It's amazing to see the people that show up from all over. I think internationally as well. I think we talked about that. We had a few people from Europe come over or attend this event.
We've had people all over the United States, all over Europe. This year we're expanding with Valley Children's Hospital. We're donating back to the hospitals, to giving back to kids in cancer. I mean, we do a lot for the community, and our Grizzly Fest Cares portion of it is substantial. I give kudos to Evan and his team, and we try to do everything we can to give back to the city because we really believe in the city. We love all events that happen. Fresias was a fantastic event for downtown. It was a beautiful thing to see, and they have an event that they could be very proud of as well. Just to scale the difference, just so you guys understand, their talent budget is about, one of our lowest acts get paid the same thing their whole talent budget is. So we're spending $2+ million on our event. That thing probably takes maybe $30,000, $40,000 to produce. So it's a huge difference in producing this type of event. So just so you guys know, it's a big difference. So a free event is not a paid event. So, and that's another thing that we pride on. And so thank you.
Well, you're doing a great job, and I appreciate it. I will be there, of course, and encourage my family and friends to attend like we did last year. It was superior.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just have a couple comments, and you can go ahead and sit down, Aaron.
Okay,
you don't
thank
have to be up here. Thank you for the information that you shared. I will just personally say that I am proud of what your guys' team has done and what you guys have produced over the last few years, and your willingness to take a risk in our community. I appreciate I know that you guys put tons of hours aside, from the jobs that you guys have in order to make this a great success. I will say that it is a tremendous benefit to our community. I will say I still consider myself a young person, so I know that it retains our young people so that we actually can spend our money here in our local community rather than having to go to the Bay Area and LA or Coachella. Now we can have pride in something local, which is amazing, and I appreciate again the time and the money that you guys have invested in our community. I believe that it helps us become a destination. I know that the Convention and Visitors Bureau folks were here earlier, but I think that this is something that we should be promoting. I don't know if the Visitors and Convention Bureau folks promote this as something, so we should look at how we further promote so that when people are looking at our websites, they know what is happening here every year. And it also attracts other people from, other places far away. And so, again, just thank you guys so much. Thank you for making accommodations and working. I know that you guys addressed a number of the concerns that the Councilmember Bredefeld had. There's always going to be, complaints or issues. But at the end of the day, I think that the investment and the benefits outweigh, those 100 calls that we may get because someone doesn't like, the base. Well, it's only a couple days. I think we can all tolerate it because there's a lot of benefits that come from this. After all, we're the 5th largest city in the state of California. We should act like it. We should embrace it. We're an urban city. Young people want to be here, and we should provide amenities for young people and all the people of the city of Fresno and of our valley. So thank you guys for everything that you do.
Before we call for the question, one last question. What was the attendance of the festival last year?
Last year we had 16,000 paid between the 2 days.
Great, thank you.
That's it.
Just want to point out to my colleagues that we had a lot more visitors in the one-day festival with Fresias, Alleyway, and soccer, without any police incidents. So I think this city has proven that they can have an entertainment night or days without any police incidents.
Right.
So thank you again for running a good job.
All right. We're going to go out to public in a second. Remind me, who was my Miguel, did you make that motion? And second by Councilman Capriolo. All right, so we got a first and second. This is a very interesting, I'm kind of glad to see it back in a way. When we first voted, it was for, and I voted no. I had a lot of concerns from my residents. They were like hyper concerned. And so I voted no because I represent them. And so it was an unknown at that time. And yet I pledged to go out to the event myself and check it out. And I did that. So on both nights, I went out in and walked my district, which borders Woodward Park, and looked at traffic and looked for litter and obviously, and probably most obviously, looked for sound because we were being told that it was going to be too loud. I drove around and I had a chance to see people out in their yard and walking and maybe taking out their trash. And I said, you know, can you kind of hear that? And yeah, does that bother you? The answer was no in my district. So then I also drove over to Council District 6, kind of checked things out from there as well, went right past Woodward Park, felt like the traffic was running smooth. I could hear it more loudly in District 6. Obviously, the neighborhoods are much closer or a little closer than the District 2 neighborhoods. I did hear it louder. I didn't think it was overwhelming or upsetting. I didn't think we were going to get a chance to vote on this again because it was a two-concert vote when we first took the vote last year. But there's been some changes to the contract, and so it's back in front of us today. So because of, and for starters, I'd like to support Councilman Bredefeld because at the end of the day, we are representatives of our neighborhoods, and he's hearing from his constituents. He's still got a level of concern that he's not comfortable with. And I'm supportive of him requesting the noise study to be done in the second concert, and Jennifer for kind of walking us through that, what that would look like. So we're going to learn a lot more from the second concert, even than we did from the first concert. But I believe that Aaron and his team are trying to listen to our concerns and make changes, and dropping the time of the concert from 11:30 to 10 o'clock. That's huge, Aaron. And it probably, in a way, impacts your bottom line, and yet you're still willing to do that to kind of help the neighborhoods accept this concert. So I see some built-in flexibility. So today I'm going to be supportive with a yes vote for this. I think I did what I said I was going to do. I went out firsthand and checked things out, and it passed the test that I was looking for. And so I hope that you have success. If we come back with some bizarre noise numbers from this test, then our council will have to take a look at it again, because we truly do have noise standards for a reason, and it goes well beyond concerts. It goes into neighbor parties and things that people throw in their backyard. And for this reason, we have code that says decibel levels. And so if something bizarre happens in the second concert, I hope that our council has the courage to address that and stick with our code. So I'm going to be supportive today. I'm going to ask any members of the public like to address this item. Yes, ma'am. Come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Let's see. Okay, my name is Diane Merrill, and I live on Colfax Avenue, and I'm very close to the park, and I've lived there for over 20 years. And one thing that hasn't come up is the noise issues have been addressed, but there's also traffic and parking issues. And one of the the EIR states that event patrons will not be permitted to park in neighborhoods. This will be implemented through the posting of no parking signs and private event security, who will direct patrons to the appropriate event parking location. And things really worked out well last year. There were people at the entrances to the neighborhoods, particularly those that had through streets like mine, and they directed people, not to park in the neighborhood and where they could park. And but the contract is not very specific about how that will be addressed. And I just wanted assurances that the parking issue will be dealt with at least as well as it was last year. And I think because it was dealt with, that's probably why you haven't heard much about it. So I just want assurances that people won't be parking in the neighborhoods.
Thank you, thank you, ma'am.
And council, the CEQA mitigation measures, including the parking restrictions, are enforceable as well as the contract.
Okay, so thank you very much for answering my question.
Yep.
You know, you have assurances from the promoters, that they not only are doing better each year, but there's going to be another improvement this year and hopefully next year as well. So I think you can feel very comfortable with their commitment to the city of Fresno and to the neighborhood surrounding Woodward Park.
Yeah, because it was handled well last year, and I just want to make sure that continues. Thank you.
Ma'am. Do we have anybody else from the public that would like to address this concert? All right, I don't see any. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes 5 to 1 with Councilman Bredefeld voting no and Councilman Chavez absent.
Councilman Brendo, just wanted to ask if we would be okay to take unscheduled communication. I noticed that there's a number of folks in the audience that have been here for over an hour, and if we can have, if there's,
Yeah, and that's
consensus.
absolutely possible. I wanted to at least get through the consent calendar, and so we just finished that. That's a good suggestion. All right, so we will go to unscheduled communication. That means you can come forward, and I do have one card. We're going to take this card first, and then you can come forward. You can either turn in a card, or you can just come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes. Give us your name and number, and you can address any item. First up is David Love, and David, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The name's David Love, the first monk saint. A week ago, I was addressing shadows, numbers. Number 4 is the highest. That came out of the 1, 2, and 3 people on the heavenly earth. They have sins. And those and shadows, I believe they like to hide behind gray shadows. All shadows are all dark shadows. I'd like to voice all the way to Washington, D.C., the White House, all the way to Sacramento, the Capitol. To impeach Paula Yang, the daughter of her organization of Satan. You're talking about religions and their other gods that they are competing for. Number 4 is the highest. Nothing comes close. Talking about the Hmong population. And I'm being blocked right now. No. I believe Alicia likes to block a lot. I meant, not Alicia, but Alex and Terry. All right, this shows. Machines does not come close. All right, this shows. You guys look at the satellites and the evidence of the United States of America We're talking about, they like to block a lot, but
Thank you, David.
I'll voice again next week.
Thank you, David. Next up is Bob Mitchell, and after Bob is Debbie Darden.
Good morning. I would like to thank those of you who are sitting in your council seats for expressing your desire to see the gasoline tax, which is to come to our city, to be allocated in a far more equitable manner to reach those less served areas of the city. This would allow for a much more just and fair manner of those allocations. That having been said, I will now turn to addressing the matter of statements made by Councilmember Steve Brandow. I am one of many individuals of our community who are appalled at the statements made by Councilmember Brandow. It is disappointing to hear a member of the governance of the city of Fresno speak in such a painfully hurtful, divisive manner over the mere fact that a proposal was being spoken of different from that of the mayor's in the allocations of the gasoline tax. You're comparing that proposal to the government paying for reparations to African Americans for slavery is an insult. It is an insult. I am an African American, and I'm speaking to that insult, sir. How sad a comment from you. You further stated, is it right for us to make the citizens of North Fresno pay for the sins of the past? You should read extensively the history of America and then delve deeply into the history of the city of Fresno and that of Fresno County. The areas that have been underserved for decades and decades and are in the present condition they are in now did not occur by accident. It's a direct result of the governance of individuals such as yourself who sat in the seats that you gentlemen and lady are sitting in. Those sins of the past are those that are presently affecting us who live in those areas in the present time today. I am hopeful that you will heed my suggestion and do a study of history. Perhaps in so doing, sir, in your new post as a supervisor for the county of Fresno, you will not be one who make additional sins in a county. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Debbie Darden. I am the chair for the Golden West Side Planning Committee. I reside at 891 West Kearney Boulevard in West Fresno. I am just going to add to what my colleague, Mr. Mitchell, has stated. I was at that press conference that took place where Chavez and Soria and Arias were speaking in regards to the gas tax funds. Their main concern was, once again, the neglected, underserved areas that are still lacking sidewalks, roads. We sat up there and watched some of the seniors come to the press conference with a walker on a dirt road, only to run into a puddle of water and couldn't get all the way through. We talked about some of the schools, Adams School, the school over on McKinley, where there are no adequate sidewalks for these kids to be able to get inside the institution of learning. And I was so appalled once again as the statements have been made by you and Mr. Bredderfield. There's a crap load of money that has been put in the South Side. What they're doing with the gas taxes, they're stealing. And I was so dismayed by the word stealing, and I'm like, the years of history of this city ordinance have stolen millions and millions from the Southland, as Steve Brandow likes to always put us. You are one of the ones that keep us separated. The South End. I remember the U.S. Department of HUD coming out with their article in regards to allowing affordable housing to be built on the north end of town that will give families the opportunity to better their education system by allowing their kids to funnel in some of those schools. You guys were in an uproar. 324 unit was brought up by a gentleman from Clovis to build there, and only 65 of those units would be affordable, but it was voted against. Your comment was, there goes the Fresnans. Your comment was also, I thought the city designated the south end of our city to be for low-income housing. You have clearly, no, you don't have to shake your head. I sat in here and I listened to every bit of it and put it in my notes on my cell phone.
Go ahead.
I'm here to say that you have shown one thing, is that you represent what a racist is. As they stated before, when you go and dig in slavery, I'm appalled because I'm saying the people that spoke at this conference, all three were of Hispanics. And yet you had nothing to say in regards to their culture. You reached deep and said, we're going to put this on the African Americans. And I'm blown away because I'm looking at that and I'm saying, wow, does he really believe that the thousands and thousands of African Americans who lost their lives during slavery, the repayment would only be to add sidewalks? You call that a repayment to African American people who died in slavery? The only thing that I see today is that there will be a silver lining when District 2 City Council seat is available. That's a silver lining, because you will no longer be sitting there. The sad part is that that funnel of dark cloud will now be sitting with the Fresno County Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. We have one more card right here, and then, but you're not going to need to fill out a card if you don't want to. We'll just take everybody in order. So is that on this unscheduled as well?
Yes.
So, ma'am, if you could just give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Dottie Smith. My address, 5262 North El Sol Avenue, Fresno, California. I also want to make a few comments directed at Mr. Brandow regarding your comments. First of all, I'd like to say I was raised in Southwest Fresno, but I currently live in Northwest Fresno. And all my life I've been in Fresno, and I can see the injustices, and I can also see that when you talk in terms of monies, we have not received our fair share in Southwest Fresno. And I do pay taxes in Northwest Fresno. My family, I still have family in Southwest Fresno who also pay taxes. But to say something in terms of reparation and slavery, I was an English teacher, and I just want to say that words do hurt. And I don't know if some of you read my letter to the editor a few weeks ago regarding the college problems, entrance problems. Well, you know, that happened a long time ago. But in terms of injustices, it will take you to your grave. And I can say that as a black person. Words hurt, Mr. Brandow. And when my grandfather used to say, you say you're sorry because you did say that you didn't really mean it. But he always used to say to us, it's not just enough to say I'm sorry, you need to try to make it right. And I think comments from our leaders, people who govern our city and our county, you need to understand that words have power and have lasting powers. So whether it's by design or default, if you're in a leadership position, you need to make sure you understand what you're saying and who you're saying it to. And when you talk in terms about fairness, we can go all the way back to the beginning of this country and we can deal with what fairness is not about. Because we have not a lot of things in this city, It's definitely a tale of two cities. And I would suggest that if you haven't done it already, maybe you council members need to take a bus ride. Start out for the far end of Southwest Fresno all the way up to the Bluff, and you will see the difference. You will see as the farther you get to the Bluff how green it is. And when you go my way, where I was raised, you will see the darkness, the brownness of the streets, the pavement. Those things still need to be done. And I know I only have 3 minutes, and I just want to say this. As a college student walking in Southwest Fresno, I would say I've been here all my life, and it's still the same way. And I'm saying now, and I'm not a spring chicken, so when I look around, I can still see that there's still not enough has been done. So when our leaders, when you talk about the distribution of the funds, what are you talking about? Because people in Southwest Fresno have always paid their fair share. And I think in terms of paying your fair share, when you say in God we trust, and then you make a comment like you made, Mr. Brandall, well, remember this when you say in God we trust, and reparation things, well, the sins of the fathers will be revisited upon the sons.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else can just come forward and introduce yourself, give us your name and number, name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning to the council and to my district manager, district supervisor. My name is Hester Hensley, and I am a resident of Southwest Fresno. I live at 1122 Martin Avenue, and been a concerned citizen of Southwest Fresno since 1946, my family way back. My concern is also how Southwest Fresno has been getting treated in the past. Hopefully, we can move forward and do a lot better than what we have did in the past. Just recently, I seen where the Golden Corral is looking for a location in Fresno to reside. My concern is that if we can get a development like that over in Southwest Fresno, and I'm looking to the council, not just to my representative, but to the whole council, because you represent all Fresno. You may have a district, but you still represent all of Fresno. My thing is that if you can get a development like the Golden Corral over in Southwest Fresno, and we have plenty of land, I know that we do, that we could get other developers to come into our community. We are lacking a lot of development. We don't have anything since you did, what was it, Palm Shopping Center. Palm Shopping Center compared to all of the west of 99 going north, you have so many areas that, not just Woodward Park, but not just. I'm talking about the shopping centers, the malls, and all the areas that you have, that we would like to see that you develop more retail and businesses in Southwest Fresno. And we're not just looking for our councilman to do it all by himself. We know you can't do it alone. We need the whole council to start developing retail and things that we need in Southwest Fresno. It's time out for having a ghost city, a ghost part of the city. Everything has moved north. Let some of the things move back to the southwest. And that's my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Council President, Vice President, who represents where our church sits, St. Rez Baptist Church. My name is DJ Kreiner. I serve with the St. Rez Baptist Church, and then to my family's councilwoman, of course, my sister, to each and every one of you. I just came, I've already talked to Council President on the phone, as well as having previous conversations with many of you, because I'm a firm believer, as I told Chief, in bringing peace where there is a division. And I must say publicly, and I pray it does go on record, I haven't really seen not just our country, but our city and leadership as divided as it is now. And if we're going to call our city a city of unity, we have to do a little bit better job than where we're at right now, seriously. Our job as leaders is to bring healing and reconciliation to a city, not further division. And I stand on those sentiments. I have heard my brothers and my sisters, Debbie and Bob, and not just Debbie and Bob, but you have Aaron back there, you have Marcel, you have many of our church members yesterday. After talking to you last night at our Bible study, it just was heartbreaking to hear some of our seniors who just could not believe some of the statements that were said. And I talked to Councilman Butterfield regarding a sign that was behind at one of the press conferences suggesting that Southwest is not neglected, and many people are just hurt by it, and it brings to light when a person is in pain or hurting and they're complaining about a wound that they have on their body, and the person that is not experiencing that same pain suggests to that child or to that individual that it's nothing to be crying about, without even having an understanding or compassion about what that person is dealing with. And many times we have to stop suggesting how a person should feel and really just take ownership of the fact that that person is hurting and is in pain. And right now that pain has turned into anger. To suggest, Councilman, as we've talked, to bring up reparations is probably one of the foolish things that could be done, especially in the racial divide that we are currently sitting in. And for any individual up here to suggest that Southwest is not neglected, but you don't live in Southwest and you don't have any experience in Southwest, is a horrible statement to say. You must walk in the shoes of a person before you're able to suggest that the shoes either don't fit or do fit. And people are hurting. And when we see what's going on in Southwest Fresno, as a person who's there on a regular basis but cannot even comprehend what Bob Mitchell and what Debbie Darden and the Mary Currys have gone through historically in this city, to suggest that a TCC funding or to suggest that what's going on now has helped become an antidote or some sort of medicine to curb that is a painful thing. So in the form of leadership, as a leader on the grassroots level, to talk to those who are called by our city to provide leadership, my prayer and my calling to you out of a spirit of both pain right now, anger, and sheer brotherhood is to tell you all, before you open your mouth, open your eyes and your ears and hear that there are people that are hurting, and provide leadership to our city, not further division. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Hello. I talk really low. Can you hear me? My name is Aaron Foster, and I represent Southwest Fresno. I deal with the youth. And it's unfortunate that you don't have the focus. I didn't come to reprimand you, but to invite you to take a tour of Southwest Fresno so that you can focus and see the disparity. There's a big difference, and there is no reparations. We do need assistance. We deserve the same amenities that you have, that you grew up with. These young children do. These opportunities don't exist. And if we had them, there wouldn't be this big tale of two cities. So if you have any free time, I invite you just to take a tour of these neighborhoods so you can get a first-hand look, and hopefully you'll change your perspective on what the disparities are and the separation and the lack of opportunities that really exist daily. Every day we wake up, we walk past monuments of people we love that died. This is what happens daily for these children. There is crazy traumas attached to them, and I don't think there's reparations for that. I believe that the acts of the people that made decisions before now these are the direct results of the murders and the killings and everything else attached to it. So whenever you have time, Mr. Brandau, I'll give you a personal tour so that you can see the life that we live every day. And unfortunately, it's not from 9 to 5. We don't get days off. This is actually our lives. I hope to see you soon and give you this tour.
We can do that for sure. I give you my word.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah. Anybody else like to address Anything in unscheduled communication? Yeah. And just remember, you start with your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name's Jaime Loza. I live in Fresno, the city of Fresno, and I live in the city of Delray. So I come to Fresno City Board meetings, and I go to Fresno County Board meetings, and I hear a lot of people, you know, talking to Mr. Brandu about the Fresno County Board meetings. You know, you guys do what I do. I'm going to Fresno County Board meeting too, you know? You know, I'm going to go up over there. I'm going to make sure, you know, what's going on because, you know, Fresno County is part of Fresno City. So, you know, I'm going to go up over there. I'm going to go check you out. And you know, if you guys don't like what any of these, you know, people are doing, we get more than 3 minutes out there back past that door. You know, we get way more. I like to take my 3 minutes, but if you know,
Yeah,
we get more out there. You guys
sir,
can walk up to these
sir,
guys and record them, just like I can record you guys.
hey, you gotta address
Okay.
council.
Sorry about that. Okay, they give us 3 minutes. You guys give us 3
Yeah,
minutes,
for us.
which I thank you guys and stuff like that. But there's a lot of questions that I got. Like they got questions on Southside. You know, there's a lot of good questions on Southside, and there's a lot of good questions on the East Side and Parkside, and there's money that's not being distributed over here. And in Fresno County, there's towns that are being discriminated, and money ain't gonna go up over there. So we get 3 minutes right here, and everything else like that. But you know, I like my 3 minutes, and I'll be seeing you at Fresno County. Everybody's more than welcome to go with me at Fresno County because you guys can feel.
All right, thank you.
I'm Reverend Steve Ratzlaff, a retired Mennonite pastor here in the city. And I just want to say I'm a person of privilege because I'm white and I'm male. And there are things I can do that many other people in this country and this city cannot do. And I just want to say to the other, particularly the white men on this council, that it's time for us to begin to recognize that we are representatives of all people of this city and not just our own districts.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to address council in unscheduled communication? All right, thank you. I'm really tempted not to say anything because usually in moments like this, there's really nothing that can be said. So, but what I will say, it was not my intent to hurt anybody. Actually, when I came to your my colleagues' press conference, I just went to hear firsthand. It came up in my mind out of nowhere that they were holding a press conference. So I just went to the press conference, and before I knew it, I had a microphone in front of my mouth, and I chose a real crappy analogy. And I said that to the Fresno Bee. I held with Councilman Redefeld a press conference the very next day, and I was smart enough to never mention that word, and I want you to know that. I did that purposefully. I knew that I had chosen a real bad analogy. You know, I don't know why. It was just that. Maybe it was because 2 weeks ago I had read an article about this being discussed nationally, but it didn't apply to the city of Fresno. So it was a real bad choice of analogies. There's a lot better way to express what I wanted to express that day. I actually believe the opposite, and I was thinking about making comments on my last council day, and for me, I really look back at the 6 years, and I really think probably less than 5% of my votes or my time has gone just to District 2. I have to get this done for District 2. I know that I have other colleagues that look at the division of their labor separately, and they might want to spend more time bringing forth things just for their district only. I feel like I've voted on a lot of great things over the course of 6 years citywide. I've given some examples like parks. I voted for 3 parks. We've only had 3 new parks put in front of us since I've been a council member. None of them are in North Fresno, but I voted for those to support them. Just giving an example, but I have a feeling that those examples and that stuff is really not going to help today. So I just want to say, I acknowledge it was a real terrible analogy. It won't happen again. I'm going to meet with Pastor Kreiner and this other gentleman that offered to take me around and give me a tour. I'm fine with that. I would also like to add, never at any time am I denying that Central and South Fresno have overwhelming needs. Even at our press conference, I'm not that guy. I drive the streets, sir. Actually, even sometimes when we take off from City Hall and we go to lunch downtown, or we travel to the west or to the just directly east of here, I'm in districts far on the opposite side of the city, and I know there's overwhelming need. But there is overwhelming need across the entire city. And it's not just roads, it's a lot of other stuff as well. So with that, I will close the closed session portion of our agenda. And
Councilmember Brandel,
Yeah.
if I may, I do appreciate your comments, and I personally believe that the malintent wasn't there. But I do believe that in moments like this, the community deserves a very simple and clear apology, so that there's no doubt left that that's was a significant mistake. So I think if you were to do that today, it would go a long way for the rest of us too.
Okay. Any other council members?
Yes. I appreciate your comments, and I'd agree with Councilmember Arias' suggestion. A few couple months ago, Councilmember Brandel actually took me out to breakfast at the Fresno Breakfast House. We had a conversation based on the character that I've kind of seen from him. I also don't believe it was a malintent, but you've heard it from me. You saw my words on Twitter. I thought it was a very poor choice of words that you used. And although I do not believe you to be a racist person, based on the character that I've seen from you, it's comments, it's actions, it's votes that perpetuate the institutional racism that has plagued communities, and our community in particular, for decades, for a very long time. And so at this breakfast that we had, we talked about a number of different things. But I really appreciated everybody coming up and saying that they want to talk to you and want to take you on a tour. And I think Councilmember Brandel is willing to listen, because at this breakfast, I had the opportunity to educate him on something as simple as gentrification. It was not something, I think, a term that you had heard but not super familiar with. And again, it's a learning process for some folks. We all come from different backgrounds and walks of life. I've had the great privilege of attending some of the best universities in the world. I've also had sort of the detriment of growing up in very low-income and poor communities, right? And so we all come from different walks of life, and I believe you to be somebody who listens, and so I appreciate you taking the time to listen to folks from the community who were hurt by your words, and I appreciate you trying to make it right.
Thank you, council member. Anybody else?
Council President, I join in some of these comments today. And I've known you for 6 years. We campaigned together back in the day, and I truly believe it was the heat of the moment type reaction from you. I've seen you in action. I've seen your votes. I've seen your commitment to the city, and I'm proud to be your friend and your associate. We call ourselves the 16ers because we were unopposed in 2016. But thank you for your acknowledgement today. I appreciate that. I'm sure that our audience appreciates that as well. And I think, with life, as I always say, there's only one perfect person, and he was put on a cross. So we all have our imperfections and our flaws. And the object of life is to understand those and to make adjustments to compensate for that, whatever it may be, and then move forward under the gracious light of our Lord. And I think I know you, I understand, and I thank you for your comments today, sir.
I wasn't going to chime in, but it seems like everyone, is saying a couple things. And I know that we've had the pleasure of working together for the last for a little bit over 4 years. And I appreciate you bringing this up and at least responding to the comments being made. The only thing that I will caution you with as you continue on as a public servant is that you're watchful and careful about the statements you make, because this isn't the first time that you've hurt people. You've called people poverty pimps and have, said other comments that have not been probably, the highlights of the time that you have been here. And I think when there are statements that are reoccurring that to some degree people feel that they're being attacked because they're poor or because they're of minority, it becomes an issue. And so, this wasn't the first time, Councilmember Brandao, unfortunately, in my tenure. But I do appreciate you, at least in this time, acknowledging the poor choice of words. I don't think I've still heard you apologize to the folks that you called poverty pimps, but I still at least reject those types of comments because they're hurtful, especially when folks are here standing in front of us trying to work hard and be the voice of those folks that don't have a voice. Traditionally, the business people, the developers, they can kind of stand up for themselves or pay a consultant to come and stand up and represent them. Poor people don't have the luxury to do that for themselves. So they rely on advocates, on social justice advocates. So, I just want to thank you for addressing your remarks, but to remind you that as you continue with your service, that you're mindful of how you address and how you represent some of the issues, in particular when it comes to issues of poverty and issues of ethnic minorities.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. We're going to move to the general admin part of our agenda. We're going to start with item 3A, actions pertaining to a comprehensive network upgrade.
Morning, Council. Brian Horn, CIO for Information Services Department. Item before you is to replace our infrastructure, our aging infrastructure for our network. We are asking for a $9.7 million lease over 5 years. The system itself will outlive the lease. Usually you replace these within like 7 to 8 years, but we have been living on ours for 13 years. This is the first time ISD has brought something of this big in magnitude to council ever since I've been here. And we are looking to replace our core infrastructure, which all our systems run over. Acela, billing, utility billing, personnel records, everything goes over. So we're looking to upgrade this and make sure that we have new technology so we can not only be more efficient, effective, and also protect not only the citizen data, but the City of Fresno's data. Plus, it will help us make us cloud ready and continue on making our systems be able to be future ready. At this point in time, I have here for questions. Thank you.
Member Nelson, you have the floor.
Sure. Brian, good
Yes,
morning. I appreciate the invite. I think you contacted my office to try and set a meeting. We did not make that happen this week, unfortunately. But I had a concern. I've had a concern actually since I got here, and I think I might have expressed this to you and or your staff before. We can't, I can't manage to get an Apple product to work for at least a desktop or a MacBook for my office. So my predecessor did not have a computer. I've been managing with this nice iPad that you guys purchased and set up for me. So it's been getting me by. But I'm looking at this package. It's an upgrade for $10 million. Can our employees and myself, the administration, are we going to have access to be able to utilize Apple products like a desktop, iMac, or a MacBook?
We can look into it. That's definitely an ability that could go on this new network. One of the reasons why we haven't done it before is the city is predominantly Windows-based. We do have a couple of Mac-based items for specialized services, but yeah, we can look into that. It will give us the flexibility to have some Macs on the network or whatnot, but we do need to understand how we use the traffic flows over the network and whatnot, so that you can have that access.
Yeah. I don't speak this language, and that's why I appreciated the invite to kind of explain it further. But I get the gist of it, and it's time for this upgrade. He said it's a pretty significant thing. I appreciate the willingness to explore it, but I think I want to go a step further and provide direction within this language here to make our systems compatible for myself, other council members, the administration, all of our city employees, and ultimately it may be up to departments as to what they use. But my council office is my sort of department where I have domain, and I really appreciate the ability to utilize the operating system that I'm comfortable with.
I'll honor that.
Okay. So my motion, I'm not sure how to word this, Counselor, but I want to provide direction to where within this tremendous upgrade that we're going to have, they provide the ability for city employees, council members, the administration to be able to utilize Apple products as well as the PC system that we currently have.
Member Ms. Parza, if I heard staff correctly, they said they're willing to honor it. Do we think we need to actually amend the item, or would?
We'll integrate it into the project so that we can provide it where we need to provide it, and keeping in mind what we can do. I want to make sure that we have compatibility and we can do it properly, and so that you guys don't have any issues on the network either. So that's the other thing I need to consider. But yes, I will definitely put that in there, and we can carve out a space so that we can run Apple products. Let's say in instances where it really makes sense. In your case, I'd say it would be one of those we do. So, okay. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of? I mean, obviously this is a huge project. Yeah. What kind of timeline do you think we're looking at?
This project is supposed to be implemented over the next year.
Okay.
So it's going to take us a year to get to. But we have some priorities. We need to upgrade some of the security products and some security offering, including the browsing experience. So we want to try to make those first. So, but we do have. This is going to take a year to implement.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to get a computer on my desk sooner rather than later. I mean, the iPad works wonders. I carry it around everywhere I go, city business, but it has its restrictions.
I'll follow up with you on the email to record this conversation to both of us.
All right, thank you.
I do have some questions on the contract
Sure.
itself. I come from across the street, and I've been transitioning to the city's level of technology. I'm not sure if this is completely accurate, but for me personally as a consumer, our technology systems feel antiquated, both from the capacity, the speed of basic internet to software systems that we have. I recognize historically there was a significant downturn in limited resources. In my view, IT is kind of the last place that municipalities invest in. So with this $10 million investment, what would the consumer of technology in the city of Fresno actually see?
So the consumer itself, with this particular, hopefully nothing really, and let me qualify that. What I mean by that is we had an incident over the weekend, and we were agile enough to make sure that we could take care of the issue. The consumer saw nothing. No, they didn't see a breakdown in services. They didn't see that we couldn't provide services. They didn't know anything happened. So we did our job there. But going forward, yes, we're going to be able to have this technology. So it's software defined. It's a new technology. We're coming out of, and you're right, we've been trying to get, ISD, IT over the recession years, haven't been able to bring something like this to you. So it gets us cloud ready. It lets us be more agile. It's going to protect our citizen information. So we're not a breach like Atlanta and have millions of dollars anyway, so faster, better service makes IT more agile. We can start offering more cloud services, and we are looking into that because like we talked about in your office, we're trying to catch up. You're exactly right. We've got Windows 10 we're starting to install. We're getting ready to go to Microsoft Office 2016, so we can go to Microsoft Office 365 in the next couple of years. We have an RFP coming out for our PeopleSoft, our ERP system. And so we're trying to get, you're right, we're trying to get everything together, and this is going to be a foundation for us to be able to do that and going forward.
Thank you again for the time, and this is maybe for the city manager and the mayor's office. I'd like to see us demonstrate ourselves to be the 5th largest city in the state, the largest city in the Central Valley, with technology that mirrors that. So far, I haven't seen it yet. I know there's budget restraints, but the budget's currently under development, and I would like to see that addressed. I would also like to see a refresh plan addressed centrally, because it shouldn't take several months to get a computer in, image it, and then get it to the consumer. I recognize you have so much limited control over that, but just earlier, we're spending a ton of money on software for the police department, on software for individual departments, extensions. I have the general feeling that all those systems, one, don't necessarily talk to each other all that well. Two, that there's no central control to ensure that as a whole, we're actually getting better technology in the hands of consumers. I mean, I don't want to reiterate the parking conversation, but when you're doing coin meters and you have slow internet speed, you can't claim you're the 5th largest city and leading innovation. In a part of town where we literally have a technology innovation hub in Bitwise, I'd like to have the same quality of technology in this building that I do in Starbucks. And that's kind of what I hope we will get to, and I think you will find that at least the millennials on the council would be willing to make that investment. Thank you again. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, the screen is clear. Thank you, Brian. I'm going to go out to the public now. Any members of the public like to address this ISD contract? All right, I don't see anybody. We have a motion and a second, and some of us that are not millennials are still going to support this, Councilman Arias. So, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0 with Councilman Chavez absent.
And for the record, I don't think Councilmember Arias lands in the range of millennial.
Okay. Now we're going to be on item 3B. That's a resolution, the 29th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Just pleased to share with you that the citywide LED streetlight project conversion, it's proceeding on schedule and within budget, consistent with previous council direction. Contractors working now, just consistent again with the plan presented to council last year. Generally working in the southern part of the city, finishing in the north because of the immense amount of no power locations we had. We talked last year about underground wire faults and such, so that's been moving along. The reason for the item this morning is just a minor budget change. It's a no dollar change to the city, but what the adopted budget included was the $1.6 million in Measure C flexible as what's called a revenue transfer. That would be very similar to, say, like a layperson's perspective, like a payroll deduction for something that you're paying. It needs to be instead an expenditure that's basically paid as part of the streetlight power bill, which again, like a payroll deduction, would convert into you getting the money first and then writing a check, but net sum zero. So with that, that item does require council approval, and staff's available with any questions. Thank you.
Well, Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. It's been 5 years or so since we got started on this LED project, and it brought light to me, if you will, by my colleague, President Brandow, when he actually was the first to go out and repair some streetlights. And I followed suit, and we did a lot of work in our districts to get that done. And it's really exciting to see it come to fruition now. So I thank you, Steve, for your participation in that, PG&E as well. We had a lot of partners in that, Scott, and we all worked well together. It took a little bit of time. So I'm a little bit sad. I guess I have to turn in my safety gear, so I can't go up in the bucket like I've done 567 times to work on lights. But I'm there if you need me. If you need a backup, I'm always available. So I look forward to initiating this process at Vinland in the near future. I invite all my colleagues to come out and watch this transformational moment in the city of Fresno. So thank you and your team for all your hard work. Thank you, City Manager. Thank the Mayor.
Councilman Arias. Oh, I think we've already got that, don't we? We have a motion from Councilmember Soria,
Can
second
I
from
just
Councilmember.
ask one question?
Yeah.
What's the time frame? When do we expect this part of the contract or the agreement to be completed?
Council, we are on schedule to finish the work by December.
Cool. Okay. Thank you so much for all the work that you guys have done on this.
Would any members of the public like to address this LED lighting contract? All right, we've got a motion to approve and a second. All in favor? Aye. And that motion passes 5-0 with Councilman Arias and Chavez absent. All right, next we're going to go to item 3C, has been removed from the agenda. Now we're going to go to item 3D, provide anti-slum enforcement team quarterly report from the city manager's office and city attorney's office.
Good morning, still City Council. Kelly Furtado, representing the Neighborhood Services Divisions in DARM, and I'm going to be partnering up with Christina to do the staff presentation today. I know the city attorney and the city manager both are on deck to provide this quarterly presentation, and we've asked our teams to come down to the front row. I know that we're always telling you about all the hard work that they're doing. So our teams are in the front row today, those that could join us. So if there's no further comments, or if there's no comments by the two of you, or would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, you know, I always like to jump in and thank you all for the work that you're doing and the partnership from the two departments, because I do think you're all working really well together. And the proof is always in what the PowerPoint that's going to be shown shortly. I also wanted to remind council that, you know, the asset team works on actively seeking cases. And so if there are properties in your districts that you want this asset team to look at, please feel free to let Kelly or Christina know. And also I want to remind everybody that and Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, but you all were designed to take on about a dozen cases per year. And right now you have currently about an active, like 24, about 25 cases, plus the ones that have been completed. So they're well exceeding all of their goals that this team was established for. So I thank you for all of your work.
So it's this group, but thank you. Okay, so Marco is going to have a video to show. I don't have my voice entirely back for this presentation, but I wanted to share with the council that we have got a lot of interaction with engaged residents and tenants out in the community. So while Christina's going to go ahead and get into a presentation and show the many highlights of the active cases, I wanted to just take a quick opportunity to introduce you to one of the residents that we engaged with, Tua Lee. He's at our Hamilton property, and again, we'll get more into that, but it's just a quick video clip. Bridget, it was actually Bridget and Pam, our inspectors, came back one day and were telling me about this gentleman that was so pleased to have some really terrible carpet removed and have his floor replaced. And they caught him dancing around in his apartment. He was so happy. So while we didn't get the dancing on video, we want to go ahead and just show you a quick bit of the human element of just one of these cases. If you could, please. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Tua Lee. I live in this complex over 17 years. From the past, it looked normal, but now every single apartment here has looked wonderful. The reason I say wonderful or look 100% change is from the Fresno City, right? Fresno City. That's how about to move everything or try to make the owner clean everything or change everything. So most of them, we are really appreciate what Fresno City did to us. number one thing, I just say, number one is Fresno City. Like you guys have something so that make the owner make his mind and change everything. And even now you see the laundry room.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, believe it or not, he provides everything. It's free.
What would you say has been one of or a few of the most significant improvements here since living here?
Okay. Like I said, everything like new town, new sink, new stove, and totally everything look changed, just like new home, new house to every one of us. When I was moved here, it's I cannot say bad or good, because when you want to move here, you're happy that you are want to move here because the rent is very cheap, because the owner he the one to help out people. For the rent very low, but when you happy to move in, that means you are happy that you say, I'm going to help the owner and clean everything, and you live just like you own that place.
How do you like it here?
Everything new.
Everything new.
Outside, inside, everything new. New apartment, new house. I really like it.
Well, that's good.
Good.
So again, thank you for just taking a minute to watch that video. We get to interact with the tenants, not just the property owners. And I just wanted to share a little bit of, again, that human element that we get to interact with every day out there. Our inspectors are doing a great job, and the residents really appreciate the work, the professionalism that they take out to those complexes. So I'm going to hand it over to Christina, and hopefully her voice is going to do a little bit better.
All right, good morning, Council President Brandow and council members. I am Christina Roberson, a supervising deputy city attorney with Asset. Before I begin the PowerPoint presentation, I did want to mention that at the last quarterly report, we were asked to provide some information about rent. So I did do some research on that. It's difficult to obtain significant research, but I did talk to quite a few property managers. At the first complex that I spoke to, it's one complex nearing completion. Rents prior to the initial inspection were about $750 per month. Now at that complex, it's about $810 per month for a 2-bedroom and $1,006 per month for a 3-bedroom. So there was some amount of an increase. However, based on research at apartments.com, that is a low to average amount of rents in that district, in that area, for those comparable apartments. At another complex nearing completion, rents are between $500 to $600 a month for the apartments, and they have not been raised, even though many improvements have been conducted. And again, that's well below the average rents, according to apartment.com, for that area. Some other apartments on our completed list.
Can you be specific on what apartments?
Yes, the first one I spoke of is in District 1. It's the property on Simpson. So we'll see that in a moment. That's the property on Simpson. The second one I spoke of, the one that's between $500 to $600 a month, is the one, I believe, in District 5 on Hamilton, which is actually the video we just saw. And again, some of the other apartments on our recently completed list were vacant prior to our team's involvement, and so there's no historical data for those apartments.
Christina, so in the ones that we just watched, the rent stayed the same?
Yes. To date, the rent has stayed the same. I don't have a guarantee at this point from the property owner about what will happen in the future, but to date, the rent has stayed the same. Okay, so again, we have, like usual, we have prepared some slides to highlight some of the properties that we're currently working on. I will start with some that are earlier in the process, right after initial inspection, so a lot more before photos. Then we'll move into some that are currently in progress, and then we'll show a couple completed that have been completed since the last quarterly report. First, we have 4412 East Olive. This is in District 7. It's an occupied substandard 4-unit complex. Significant issues, as you can tell from the photos, including lack of heat, broken windows, infestations, and severe dilapidation. This property completed the initial asset inspection on January 3rd, 2019, and issued a notice and order for 397 violations on January 14th, 2019. We executed a compliance agreement with the property owner on March 18th, and so we don't at this point have progress photos, but we're hopeful that that compliance agreement will be effective. Here are some of the conditions. Next property is on 757 North Jackson in District 7.
Can you pause really quick?
Yes.
On this property, are these conditions not severe enough that you would have to red tag the property?
That is something that I believe that the inspectors are looking at when they're in the units, and they're making determinations at that time. And from my understanding, this property did not rise to that level based on the conditions. There was a lack of heat. However, I believe the property owner provided heating immediately, and issues about the smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. We also are very proactive with those, and those were provided to the tenants immediately.
Can you guys give us a list of conditions that would be severe enough to justify red tagging a place? Not now, but later.
We can get that for you. Okay. This next property, 757 North Jackson, again in District 7. It's an 8-unit complex, has visible structural deterioration to balconies, staircases, and boarded windows and doors. Asset completed the initial inspection on March 6th, 2019, and issued the notice and order for 231 violations on March 20th, 2019. So there's just some of the conditions at Jackson. The next property on Recreation in District 5 is a 9-unit apartment complex. Again, many of the same types of issues. Asset completed the initial inspection on January 17th and issued a notice and order for 590 violations on March 1st. On this one, settlement negotiations are in progress with the property owner. The next property on Andrews in District 1 is a 16-unit apartment complex with many current open code cases, including roaches, mice, plumbing leaks, and some other dilapidation. Asset completed the initial inspection on January 16th and issued a notice and order for 978 violations on February 15th. On this one as well, settlement negotiations are in progress. We've met with the property owners on that one.
When you're saying that negotiations are in progress, what does that mean?
So in that property specifically, there was a meeting between inspectors and attorneys from our office with the property owners. There's actually a drafted compliance agreement, and I believe we're just waiting for them to return it to us.
Thank you.
Really quick on that, how long does it take you to negotiate an agreement and then to start doing work on these dilapidated facilities?
Well, it depends on the property owner and depends on the situation. Usually, it's our goal to get the property owner to reach out to us immediately after they receive a notice and order. The notice and order provides a 30-day window for them to initially complete the repairs. If they, sometimes property owners are very proactive. They reach out to us immediately when they receive that, and we can have an agreement in place quickly. Sometimes they're a little less proactive, and they reach out to us towards the end of that period of time. Usually in that case, we see what progress has been made over those 30 days, and that helps us evaluate what we're going to do with a compliance agreement.
Are property owners allowed to charge rent while these conditions exist?
Yes, they are allowed to continue charging rent based on their contracts. It would be a civil matter, I believe, between the tenant and the landlord if they, the landlord could seek services to do some sort of repair and deduct from their rent or something like that. But usually our team is not, facilitating that.
So to be clear, the current ordinance that we have, the rental inspection program, allows landlords and property owners to charge rent and collect rent even though their conditions have been determined by us to be a health and safety hazard?
It is my understanding that the ordinances are silent on the ability of the landlords to collect
Thank you.
rents.
Yes, Council, our ordinances do not address that. State law addresses that. And there may be cases where tenants could withhold rent pending completion of repairs. But that's a civil matter between the tenant and the landlord.
Does state law preclude us from doing something beyond what state law allows now?
I'm not sure. I would check and see whether there's preemption.
Thank you.
We'll find out.
Okay, the next property, excuse me, is on Tyler in District 7. It's a 4-unit complex with a significant code history. Asset completed its initial inspection on February 21st and issued a notice and order for 190 violations on March 6th. After the inspection on February 21st, however, a significant fire occurred at the property, and the property owner has relocated all of the tenants. The property owner is in communication with the city regarding insurance claims, settlement, and we're in negotiations regarding a compliance agreement. At this point, the city's main goal is just that the property remains secure and vacant while they are trying to address the insurance claims for the fire. But here are some of the conditions at the time of the inspection. Again, much of this probably, some of it was destroyed by the fire. The property on 202 West Shields in District 1 is a 20-unit apartment complex, again with an extensive history of code violations, multiple open cases for some infestations, junk, rubbish. On November 29th, Asset conducted the initial inspection of the property. A notice and order was issued on January 29th. At this property, again, it's a very similar situation where we proactively early on met with the property owner, and they are very open to settlement negotiations. We actually have an agreement that has been sent to them. There is kind of an absent owner in this case that has held up the signing of the agreement, but I know that the property owner has also been making repairs in the meantime. We should have a signed agreement soon on this one. If we don't, we will be moving forward probably with the reinspection. That is some of the properties that are, again, very early in the stages. Some additional properties have been added since this report was drafted. Just to give highlights of those, an inspection has taken place on South Sierra Vista in District 5, and a notice and order will be issued. And inspections are now scheduled on April 9th for a property on F Street in District 3, and additional inspections are scheduled on April 22nd for 2 properties on Brooks that are both in District 3 as well. So that's just some of the additional properties that are moving forward in the next month or so. The next section, here's some more pictures for Shields. Hang on a second. Technical difficulties. Oh. There we go. The first under rehabilitations in progress is a property on Yale in District 7. It's a 5-unit complex, again with multiple substandard conditions. The initial inspection was completed on October 27th, 2018. A notice and order for 312 violations was issued on November 2nd, and a settlement agreement was signed on February 8th, 2019, and some progress has been made. You'll see some of the in-progress photos with some workers that are working. There's been multiple re-inspections on that property. The property on Clay in District 5 is an 8-unit complex. It's actually 2 4-unit complexes that face each other with different addresses. The initial inspection was completed on November 5th. A notice and order for 424 violations was issued on November 20th, and a settlement agreement was signed on March 1st. All repairs have been completed in the interiors of the building at 3285, and the exterior and some of the units at 3279 remain in progress. But you'll see some of the after photos and the progress photos from that complex. The property at 4805 East University in District 4 is a little bit of a special case. It's a 3-unit complex that had a history of transient occupancy and some other significant issues. In this property, we were unfortunately unable to obtain compliance to the property owner. The city did petition the court for a receiver, and a receiver was appointed on January 3rd, 2019. The receiver has secured the property and relocated the tenants. And actually, at a hearing yesterday afternoon, the court approved the receiver's plan to fully rehabilitate the property, which will take between 5 to 6 months. Our unit will continue to provide updates on that, and also there's a court status hearing in about 6 months as well. So the in-progress photos just show that the property is at least secured and cleaned up a little on the exterior, and the rehabilitation should begin soon. 440 South Chestnut in District 5 is a 12-unit complex, very similar kind of exterior dilapidation conditions and some interior conditions as well. The initial asset inspection was completed on September 6th, and the notice and order was issued on October 1st for 781 violations. On October 19th, the parties entered into a settlement agreement. The property has passed its first and second phase inspections, and progress continues. So here's some of the progress photos on that property. 701 West Cambridge in District 1 is another...
Christina, how many more examples do we have to go through?
There are probably about 10 more.
Okay. And so what I want to do, because I'm going to get my colleagues, to lunch, and I know a lot of people have comments. So, but they're very similar, right? Is there anything that you want to illustrate that's different than these?
I can just skim through the slides to the end, and there's a couple of completed properties I was going to mention. It's all in the packet too. And it's
in the packet as well.
It's all in the
Perfect.
report, and the PowerPoint is also in the report.
Okay.
So I can be done.
All right. Thank you, Christina. I mean, we definitely get the point of the condition of a lot of these units. So I want to thank you, and thank you, Kelly, as well. So we're going to have some council comments on this. This is just a workshop today, so we're not going to go to the public. But we wanted to make some council comments, and I'm going to start with making a group of comments. Some of them are unrelated. For starters, I wanted to, say that in relation to our last unscheduled communication conversation, this is a problem that I've seen in the city of Fresno since I've been a council member. And then when we had the Somerset apartment, real meltdown and emergency, I went out and really took a tour of some of the conditions, and then it took a while for me to create Asset, this team of code and the attorney's office to do this kind of work. And I faced very stiff bureaucratic resistance and from the previous administration. But nevertheless, we endeavored to persevere, to quote the outlaw Jesse Wales. So I'm very glad today to have been a part of this. Every 3 months we have an update. And I can't remember in any of our updates have we ever had something of this serious a condition in District 2. And so I'm very proud to be able to illustrate with some of my true actions that I am seeing things around the city that aren't necessarily in my district that I feel need to be addressed. But setting that aside for now, I think it's wonderful work that you're doing. I think it is quite possibly one of the most effective programs that we have now. And it, by the way, I just introduced it, got it passed. Then it's taken on its life of its own that has included all of my council colleagues. So I am by no means claiming this is the Steve Brandow show. This includes all of my colleagues here. And so I'm very happy that it's moving forward. So in the light that this is my last council meeting, I'm going to make a few comments. I think one of the strengths of this particular program is it has the city attorney's office involved, because then that allows a level of teeth that this type of program needs. And there's been a lot of debate about code enforcement in general in recent weeks and months. I have called over and over again for code enforcement to be its own department. Separate from DARM. I don't know if that's the mayor's intent, city manager. I know he's going to come with an action plan. But I've called over.
We're actually, Steve, if you don't mind, we're actually exploring some options right now, and I believe we come on May 2nd for a workshop about code enforcement for the council.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. There are other code activities that need to be addressed with the same intensity that slum housing's been addressed. And so I want to just say publicly, while I have the chance, I think we need to do as much of an overhaul in code as is humanly possible, including, if we can, creating it in its own department. But I think that it needs to be married to, if not subjected to, the city attorney's office. We need our lawyers and attorneys aggressively involved in code. And I don't know what that's going to look like. I'll look from a distance from across the street at what the mayor proposes in a couple of weeks. But for my council colleagues, the reason you see so much success here is we have a code enforcement officer, we have an inspector, we have those people who are trained to look for problems, but we have an attorney right there, okay? And then you have a property owner, and he's not only talking to a code enforcement inspector, he's talking to an attorney. That's a way different product and outcome. And so I'm very happy. I think that's the reason that this ended up being such a great success, and I'm glad it's a great success. And so with that, I am very happy. I do want to thank Code, Kelly, and the City Attorney's Office, Christina, and all of the inspectors and all of the attorneys that are making this happen. This is very great. And if the budget allows, this could even be expanded more. So I'm done with my comments. Councilman Arias, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Brandao. I do have a few questions, and I do appreciate the fact that you guys got this ball rolling, and I do see some effectiveness on it. So my hope is that the council will continue to make improvements as we go along. Speaking of which, a couple of questions for staff. One is, I saw on the list of property owners some familiar names, which I would consider frequent users of our time and assets to get them to improve their properties. The owners of JD Homes appear multiple times on this list. What are we doing to ensure that somebody who's been a frequent user, reminds me of the folks who frequently use ambulances. At some point, not only did they get the full bill, but ambulances stopped picking them up. Do we have any plans or any mechanisms to make sure that we recover the full cost? Because it almost feels like if one owner is going to continue to use our services to remind them of what properties they have to fix that are dilapidated, that we become essentially their property manager by default and absorbing our public resources for their work.
And I understand your comments completely, Council Member. There are some mechanisms in place for what are called egregious property owners. At this point, they have to, when we provide them notice, they have to continue then to fail to correct the property. So at this point, what we're finding is certain property owners that have multiple properties on the list, when we provide them notice, they immediately fix the property. So that kind of takes away the teeth of the egregious property owner in that regard. But that's something that we can look into.
So couldn't we develop a new set of teeth for the frequent users? Because folks who own thousands of doors in our city ought to have the capacity to understand the condition of their properties and a de-incentive for us having to remind them what properties need fixing. City Council, if you can explore that option, I think those frequent users need to be held accountable for that level of supervision that the city's providing for them. Secondly, what do we have in place? I know the properties that we've determined require receivership, where we essentially take their property, sell it to another party, or facilitate the sale. What do we have in place to make sure that city insiders are not benefiting from those sales?
Well, the receivership process, part of the benefit actually to the city is that it is entirely handled through the court and through a third-party receiver. That third-party receiver, unfortunately, based upon the rules, the laws, we're not allowed to direct the receiver in the way that they perform their job. They report to the court, and the court sanctions and says that what they're doing is appropriate. They have to approve every action of the receiver through the court. So unfortunately, at this point, the city doesn't have a mechanism to tell the receiver who they should and should not sell the property to.
So is it simply a coincidence that we keep on seeing the same folks buying properties that we've taken under receivership?
It could be a matter of the different agents that the receiver are using to market the property. But at this, like I said, that there's not really a way that the city would be able to direct that.
Does the city in any way refer property owners or these properties to anybody?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Council, one thing we could look at is possibly broadening the options for the court and the receiver as far as potential buyers of properties. At least we can make recommendations. We can't control what the court and the receiver does, but at least we can make those recommendations.
And if I could just add real quick, one of the things that you all know that we do is every Friday we publish a new list. So the moment, we met yesterday or the day before and we identified a couple of new properties, the moment we identify new properties, we put them on this list and it is available to the public. So
Where does the list exist at?
It's under the Anti-Slum Enforcement Team division of the website.
So somebody we post that on our website?
Somebody could possibly go on our website every Friday and be looking at that, and that's how, I'm just thinking that may be another way that people are becoming familiar with which properties we're doing, but we do not make any contact.
I just want to be very thoughtful that when we're taking somebody's property that there's no indication that we are doing it inappropriately and that certain individuals are benefiting from that ultimate receivership process. With that, a couple of other questions. I know we fund rental education. I think it's funded through CDBG. Do we do any type of education to property owners about what the expectations are and what the process is?
So you're correct that through CDBG, I think in the 2018 year, there was CDC funded for tenant education and outreach. And I know that through our neighborhood revitalization team that's run by Phil Sky in the 15 to 20 different neighborhoods, I think that they occasionally will have landlord outreach opportunities as well. We could get you some information on that. I know that the last one wasn't as well attended as we were hoping. And I believe it was in District 7. But again, I'm not as current on that information. We don't do it as much, and we don't fund an agency to do it.
Thank you. And my last question, how hard would it be, since property owners have to register their property with the city, how difficult would it be to also require what rents they're charging for their apartments and on an ongoing basis gather that information?
That's something that we would probably have to look into.
Council, in cities that have rent control, of course, those things have to be disclosed and they can follow up on that. I've checked some case law on that. It's more difficult in cities that don't have rent control. It may be considered proprietary information, but we can look into ways that we can try to track that.
So here's what I want to caution us with. I know some of the narrative out there is that the social justice warriors on this council are going to pursue rent control. I want to be very thoughtful of being able to gather the right information about the affordability of housing in Fresno, the impact on that affordability that requiring property owners to provide a health and safe housing stock to our residents has on rents without having to pursue rent control. If rent control is the only way to have a clear understanding on what impact requiring homeowners, property owners to fix their properties, it's going to be a very divisive conversation, I think, for the folks involved in these overall policy discussion. So if we could get that information, I think it'd be easier for us to do it in a way that doesn't require us to pursue rent control.
that it, Councilman Arias? Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you very much. Steve, I disagree with you. It is your baby. This is your mark that you've put on the city of Fresno for the benefit of everyone in our community. So I want to thank you very much for taking the lead on this and resisting all those that resisted you. You were very strong and adamant. I remember that dialogue. And it's great to see that tenaciousness has paid off for everyone in the city of Fresno. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Second, the 4805 East University. What a team. You guys are fantastic. I want you to please keep up the good work. And actually, if you guys could stand up, please, the asset team. Don't be shy. Stand up. Come on. Don't look around. You know who you are. Because we're going to give you a standing ovation.
Hey, I will. Yeah, good job.
That also applies to the city attorney's office for the great work. And I've been with you a couple times, Christina. We've gone to a couple locations, and you're always so professional, and you've done a fantastic job. And I can't say enough thank yous and gratitude to the team and your leadership, the city attorney, our team over here. You guys are fantastic. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Any other council members? This is just a workshop, so we won't be
Council
going to the public.
President, I
Yes,
just want to
Councilmember, sorry.
make a few remarks. I do also want to thank the entire team, both code and code folks, and then Christina. I know that I get your emails updating me on all the things that you guys are working on in District 1. Very, very appreciative. I actually read them. And I appreciate the fact that you highlight the new stuff, so at least it keeps a record of it. So thank you so much. You guys are so quick to respond. I will say that I did have an issue, and I know that you guys are working through it. Folks put plans in this Friday, but I think what Councilmember Browndow highlighted was that the creation of this asset team has definitely changed a part of how code works, I think, as it relates to housing. I think that your suggestions about overhauling and figuring out how we do better and make sure that the entire code division is, doing what this small part of the team is doing, I think would move us in a better direction. Because I will say that sometimes there is frustration. Just on my property on the 1352 North Glen, we had put in some information with regular code, and we didn't get response. We were told that it was inputted, but never really a follow-up. And as soon as we got it to you guys moved so quickly on it. And I think that's what really makes the difference. So I want to thank you guys for quickly jumping on some of the issues, because the issue was still there. Nothing had changed, but we hadn't really received satisfactory feedback back. So again, thank you guys for all the work that you guys do, and I look forward to being able to figure out and hopefully seeing that in this next budget, we see the investments focused on enhancing what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Doug, you want
Yes, just one brief comment following up. We were having a discussion in our office about what is the essence of what we do here at the city. And I think it boils down to we make people's lives better. And I think Asset is really one of the best examples of that.
Thank you, Doug. Gary.
Yeah, I just want to commend everybody as well. I think it's an absolutely outstanding program. It goes after the real problem area and the real problem people, and it's very, very effective. I want to commend you, Steve, for your efforts at helping create it. I think it also speaks to why we don't need a mandatory rental inspection program for $1.4 million as we look at a budget that harasses 90% of people who are taking care of their properties, but they are now in the government web and have to pay fees, which have, by the way, had a lot of unintended consequences, which typically happens with big government programs, such as rents going up. We've gotten the emails and calls from people who have had their rents go up, and they've cited the mandatory rental inspection program. And that's a very unfortunate thing, as we're trying to help people with affordable housing. But this is an effective program, and this goes after the bad people and the people who aren't taking care of properties. I fully support it, fully want to fund it, and I appreciate Doug, your staff, your department, and all of the people who are working in this area, because you are making a difference in the city. Thank you and congratulations for what you do.
Councilman Esparza.
Oh, yeah, my comments are straightforward. Just want to thank the asset team. You guys are our heroes. You keep some of these, I mean, you keep my constituents happy, and you're very responsive, and I think the work that you do has a direct, legitimate impact on sort of the health and welfare and just well-being overall of people in our community. So thank you.
All right, the screen is clear, so we're going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30 to continue on the agenda. Thank you. Admin items. Or no, we don't. Right now we're going to go, oh, there's Gary. Right now we're going to go to City Council item 5B. That's a resolution urging the Fresno City Employees Health and Welfare Trust to approve a Kaiser option.
Council President, yes. I think we're going to the police process, right, City Manager?
Right, that's the last general admin item. Is 3E?
Oh.
We have one more.
The police deal?
Yes.
No. Going to exert some council president prerogative here. These folks have been waiting. That's a long conversation. We have 2 short conversations to take care of first, okay?
That's fine.
Yeah, and so we'll bring that item up, and then
great display of leadership, Council.
There you go.
We were just pointing out that there's one more general admin item.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. We'll get back to that. Perfect. So, council members Esparza and Arias, you are bringing this forward, so the mic is yours.
Thank you, Council President. So, you know, we, Council Member Arias and I, had this brought to our attention, and a decision by the City Employees Health and Welfare Trust Board to delay a vote or to delay a decision on whether to add Kaiser as an option for our 4,000 employees here at the City of Fresno. I was disappointed to hear the decision because personally, coming to the City of Fresno from the Fresno County Office of Education, I was astonished at the lack of healthcare options, healthcare packages that were offered to city employees. And so when I heard that Kaiser would potentially be added as an option, I was happy to hear that that would be a third option. Ultimately, what I would like to see is a wider range of PPO options in addition to the Kaiser option. I have, at least in my time, having employer-sponsored healthcare, I've not personally opted for the Kaiser option, but I'm a firm believer that we ought to have options and that folks here in the city ought to have that option if they choose and they decide that's best for themselves and their families. I do have a letter here that I want to read into the record from a City of Fresno employee. And this employee sent this letter to the Health and Welfare Trust Board after their decision. But before I go into reading this lengthy letter, I did want to give Councilmember Arias an opportunity to jump in.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. To the point that the councilmember made, I too was surprised that the city only offers essentially 2 options for families for health care. One is a good option, the other is no option at all, essentially, but baseline catastrophic coverage. I was hopeful that a third option would be considered by the health board. I recognize their role and authority in the process, but I do think that as a council who ultimately has to cut the check and fund the healthcare programs, that we, the council, should weigh in on the subject matter of more options is better, especially given the significant reforms that the healthcare industry is undertaking. Kaiser is also a significant employer of the Fresno area and probably on the top 5 economic engines that we have in the city. So I think it's in everybody's best interest to make sure that they're part of the business that the city does and options that the city employees would have. And my last point I would make is, I recognize that for some older employees, Kaiser may not be a preference, but for some younger employees, Kaiser is the best option when you want an integrated system where you can simply go on your phone, make a doctor appointment, email your doctor, get a response within 24 hours, refill your prescriptions all on your phone, do a FaceTime a doctor appointment. And for so many of our employees that have hectic schedules and multiple kids, it's the best integrated system that I've seen locally, and I think our employees should have that option. So as the health board goes down their business, I think it's important for the council to weigh in, especially given that we're in the middle of negotiations with all our labor groups, and we need to find more efficient ways to provide good, comprehensive health care to our employees as every other employer in this area has. I'm still fairly new on the council, but I do recognize a couple of trends. One of them we just discussed today around technology. We're not in the forefront of technology. We also don't seem to be in the forefront of healthcare options for our employees, and I think we need to pursue being in the forefront of those two critical areas for all our employees. Thank you, and with that, I'll just make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Esparza, did you have more comments now, or?
I did. I wanted to give my other colleagues if they wanted to chime in first, but I did want to read this letter into the record.
Right, perfect. Councilmember Soria, you've also punched up.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to echo my support for adding additional options. I think it's a good way to go. Just a couple things that I want to make note that as we're looking at a potential option, and Kaiser being that option ensures that it covers pre-existing conditions, that we're looking that it has family packages, that there's some flexibility in keeping vision and prescription providers. And I know that we won't make those decisions, but just throwing those things out there. And then obviously at minimum that it needs to have equivalent in benefits or better than the ones that our current employees are being given by the existing healthcare options that we have. So in full support, I think that it is important that we're looking at adding options and access. Thank you.
Right. City Manager.
I'd like to bring up Mike Lima as co-chair of the Health and Welfare Trust, in which I sat on, as well as Jeff Cardell as well. I would like Mike, if you don't mind, can you clarify what actually happened at the Health and Welfare Trust meeting last month about the Kaiser decision?
Yes, I'm glad to do that. Good afternoon, Council. Mike Lima. The Health and Welfare Trust Board at its last meeting voted unanimously not to offer a Kaiser option this year, but instead to ask for a survey of all the members that are currently enrolled in the City of Fresno's Health and Welfare Program. The question that will be asked is, do you plan to join Kaiser or not, or stay in the current program? Once we get that information of knowing how many people will plan to join the Kaiser option, we would plug that information into our financial model and see what the ramification would be on the current plan. Because, as was mentioned here, we want to try to balance not only offering many options, but also protect the financial viability of the plan that we currently have. So basically what the motion by the council was, or by the board was to do our due diligence, find out more information, and then make a decision on whether to offer a Kaiser option. At no time did we say, Kaiser, stay away forever. We basically are putting things on hold till we get more information to make a more informed decision about whether to offer an option or not.
Perfect. Thank you, Mike.
Haven't you guys been doing your due diligence for a year now?
No.
You've done no research, no assessment on the Kaiser option, the implications?
No. The way this all came about was that at our November meeting, one of the trustees on the board said, I would like to motion to bring Kaiser in for a presentation. Said, okay, come on in. So at our January meeting, they came in and made a presentation, said, here's the plan that we would offer, here's the program, here's what it would cost.
at that meeting, a couple of the trustees made a motion to accept and have a Kaiser option, pending work by our staff to go ahead and finalize a contract and finalize the terms. It was at that March meeting that they came in and said, okay, well, here's a contract. And then issues were raised about, well, what's this going to cost? What is this going to do to our plan? There were no answers. And so that's when the board said, let's do a timeout. Let's just do our due diligence, see what this is the effect it's going to have on our current plan, and then we can go ahead and see what we can do.
Michael, for the record, how many people spoke against the Kaiser option in that meeting?
Which one?
At the March meeting?
At the March meeting? One.
I want the record to reflect that, because we're essentially making a multi-million-dollar decision based on the opposition of one individual. Secondly, if you would, so your proposal is to go and survey employees, including myself, who receives health care, and ask me whether Kaiser would be an option. Are you going to tell me what Kaiser is offering for me to make that decision on whether it would be an option for myself?
Yes. Part of the survey is to tell you what the cost would be for the employee and what the as compared to what you're currently being provided. That was part of the motion.
Are you going to also inform me about the benefits that are being offered by Kaiser, or simply a cost?
We haven't gotten that far yet. I know the cost was specifically mentioned, but we could certainly take that into account.
Because it seems to me that if you just ask somebody whether they're willing to buy a car based on a price point, not tell them any features of the vehicle, the model, or the amenities that it may offer compared to your existing car, that the outcome of that survey is going to be pretty inaccurate. So if you're going to survey employees, I would hope that you're going to tell them exactly what the benefits are, what the cost is, what the difference is in terms of an integrated system. For those people who've never used Kaiser, I've been in both PPO and Kaiser, we don't. It's night and day. But with that, thank you for the time and appreciate the answers.
Councilman Bredefeld. Okay, then I'm going to make a comment and we'll come back. Then we'll come back to you after I'm done.
Thank you.
I agree with my colleagues who sponsored this item, Council Members Esparza and Arias. I too have for a long time believed that Kaiser should be in the mix of options. I've been informed about what happened at the March meeting. I agree that there was really essentially one person that held this plan at bay. And I think that, in my understanding, Mike, it would set Kaiser back 2 years from being considered again. Is that right?
No, Council Member, that's not correct. The board told the staff that we would want this survey and the financial analysis completed in time for next year's, a year from now, the open enrollment that would be scheduled for a year from now. So
this is an annual decision?
This is a 1 year, basically a 1 year pause till we can do our due diligence.
Yeah, and I want to, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did have one person from the public speak in opposition, but there were members on the trust that were also not in favor of adding Kaiser to this year's plan.
That's correct. Yeah, there were individuals who on the trust that were not in favor of. Well, as I said, it was a unanimous decision to hold off on it for a year. I should also say no one got up in favor of Kaiser as well. Okay. So there's that.
So I'm just going to cut to the chase, let my colleagues make their comments. I've got Councilman Capriolio. I think that, and I don't have a complete understanding, but I think there's political agendas behind what's happening on that trust. And I honestly believe that Kaiser is a very strong company that serves a lot of people. It's not something obscure. And so I truly believe we need to offer this to our employees as soon as possible. So I'm going to be voting to support this resolution today to give flexibility to the employees of the city of Fresno and options. And I don't want our employees to go even another year getting caught up in political agendas. So I'm going to be supportive today. Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. Mike, if I could have you answer a couple of questions. You mentioned this was a multi-million-dollar decision, or someone did. Can you explain the impact on our system, if you will? Is that the reference to the multi-billion-dollar decision?
I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I'll tell you what the concern was of the board.
I'll tell you my intent of the question. How big is our health fund?
Excuse me, I have the floor.
The effect that we're worried about. We have 3,600 employees or members of that trust, okay? We don't know how many would take the Kaiser option. And let's say 25% do. We have built a plan that we've worked with Blue Cross, Blue Shield. We've worked with MES Vision. We've worked with Optum Care. We've built a plan that basically we went to these folks and said, we have 3,600 customers. What is the price you're going to give us? If we come back now and say, oops, sorry, you've only got 2,500, but keep the same price, they're probably going to say, no, you're giving us less customers than what you initially promised. So the price is going up. So what we're afraid of is that we're going to get in some kind of spiral where the price keeps going up on the current plan and it stays flat or maybe even drops on the Kaiser plan, and more people will run to the Kaiser plan and eliminate the other option. And that's what we need to do our due diligence to find out just what is that financial ramification.
And we have this trustee board. I assume there's a lively debate there as well?
It was a very lively debate, yes.
And what was the consensus at the end of the day?
At the end of the day, it was a unanimous decision by the board to go out and do this survey and then get the results of that survey and plug it into a financial model that would model what the effect of having a Kaiser option would be on the overall plan.
And that would have a direct physical, monetary impact on our employees?
Yes, it would. Well, for this first year, Kaiser is saying that they will charge the same price that we are charging for our current plan. So there would be no effect right now for this first year, but in subsequent years, there could be an effect on the employees as well.
And have we seen that in other scenarios, or the evenness and then it gets out of proportion, which would directly impact the financial status of our employees?
That's correct. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do our due diligence to see whether that would occur or not. And it's going to take a little time to be able to it's going to take more time than necessary to meet this open enrollment period. We need at least another few months or a year to be able to assess that.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
And I see some friends of mine from Kaiser in the audience, and the chairman of my planning commission that I served with and respect greatly in more ways than one. And I thank him for his leadership on the planning commission. I'm sort of in between. I don't want to, the cost factor is important to me. Then you balance it with the options that are available, the status of the plus and the minuses. So I have to rely on the board of trustees to come up with a solution. I think they have much more sophistication than this board does, or this dais. And I'd have to go with the, since it's not really time sensitive, we're not going to lose any money if we don't make a decision today. So I don't think I'm going to support this today. I think we need to rely on those that we've entrusted our medical situations to, that is the board, and based upon their lively discussion and their results, I have a lot of respect for that. So I don't see a rush to judgment. I think we can take a little more time and have a more complete decision. So I will not be supporting this item.
Councilman Bredefeld.
So what's the time frame that you're wanting to do this analysis?
The board was very clear to staff that we would like the survey to go out in July or August, so no later than August, and then take about 30 to 45 days for responses, and then plug it into the financial model. We usually get our first look at the finances at the either December or January meeting. So the idea was to have the information from this survey be costed out and put into the financial model in time for that January meeting, so we can make a decision at that time whether to include a Kaiser option for next year.
Are there other health plans that you could be considering besides Kaiser?
Yeah, there are others. None of the others have come here but there are other PPOs, other organizations that could come and make a pitch for having options. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Was there also? There's been some discussion, I guess, in the past about different drug companies as well. There's a drug company out by Palm in Councilmember Brandau's district. They're called Integrated. You know what it is?
I don't remember their full name.
Yeah, I don't remember their full name either, but they're supposedly a company that almost acts like a broker for these pharmaceutical companies. They've made presentations, have they not, to the...
Yes. We had a presentation from that company. I believe it was at the November meeting, and they made a pitch, and we did not choose to do business with them at this time.
Okay, why was that?
We didn't feel that they offered a cost advantage compared to our current prescription plan provider, which is Optum Rx. Mm-hmm. And so we heard them out. We took their information account, but at the end, the board decided that we were better off financially by staying with our current prescription plan provider.
Okay. So you're suggesting that just moving forward, are you saying if we move forward with including Kaiser, you don't know what the fiscal impacts, there might be negative fiscal impacts to the current plan?
There might be fiscal impacts to the current plan. We just don't know at this time.
Okay. And I guess someone alluded in terms of the politics of this. Anybody on the dais able to elaborate what was meant by that? I'm not talking about names, but what the politics might be of this?
Well, I'm the one that said it. And, I don't want to throw people under the bus.
No, I'm not talking about anybody's names. Can you talk about just what you're referring to? Because I don't know what you're referring to.
I believe that one of our unions is worried that allowing Kaiser to be a part of the mix would impact the amount that their personnel pay for their health insurance. Now, we always bargain with that unit, and they could come to us to mitigate that if that's their desire. But that doesn't negate the good work that Kaiser does and giving our other employees multiple options. I don't know if I said that deftly enough, but that's what's going on.
Can I address that?
Yeah.
Mr. Lima, can you also, just for the record, tell us how many current options do employees have now?
Right now, you have depends on how you treat that question. But bottom line, you have one. You have the Blue Shield, Blue Cross that you can either contribute a full amount or later.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what staff told me. I have one option.
Mm-hmm. Okay. To answer your question, I know who you're referring to. Speaking just for myself as a trustee, that testimony had zero impact on me. That was not my decision. That had nothing to do with my decision.
I believe that about you, Mike. Mm-hmm. So I do believe that. Councilman Esparza, you'd also punched in. I don't know if you still had comments, but you're the last speaker.
Excellent. Thank you. Gary, did you want to chime in before I finished?
Were you done, Gary? Okay.
Okay. Well, listen, Mike, I appreciate, and you can sit down. I appreciate you and the board and folks wanting to do your due diligence. But it took me about 3 seconds to ascertain that we have a garbage deal and garbage options, which is one option in terms of numericals. A high plan and a low plan, which is complete bullshit for the city of Fresno employees. So like I said, I think that they should have this option. And Councilmember Caprioli in particular, you mentioned that there were no consequences to this, and that's why you were not supportive. I want yourself and everybody in the chambers to take a listen to just this one employee who took the time to write a letter to every member of the board regarding his personal situation. What I did is I redacted personal information, locations and names and such, so as not to identify the person directly. But they did grant me permission to read this into the record. So if you'll permit me a few minutes, it's a couple pages. Dear Health and Welfare Board member, we are writing to ask you to reconsider the board's decision to not offer Kaiser as an option for Fresno employees and retirees effective July 1st, 2019. While we realize you have an obligation to perform due diligence in your decision-making, we want to share with you the impact of your decision on one of your plan members, my wife, who has the incurable and progressive disease of multiple sclerosis. Our story started when I accepted a position with the City of Fresno, and we moved here from out of town. We were excited about the new chapter in our lives. Within a few months after moving here, my wife began experiencing vision issues. She was seen by her primary care physician and numerous ophthalmologists at IQ Vision. After a number of months of visits, appointments, and tests, we were told that they could find nothing physically wrong that was causing her vision problems, and there was nothing they could do. Fast forward a few months to June 2016, when my wife was hired at a new firm. They offered Kaiser Permanente health insurance, and we made the decision to procure our primary insurance through their plan. We immediately set up appointments with our new provider. During my wife's first appointment with her new primary physician, she relayed the vision issues she was experiencing and was given an appointment with an ophthalmologist 2 days later. And during this appointment, the ophthalmologist observed degeneration in her optic nerve, but could not immediately identify the cause. The doctor had a peer that was a neuro-ophthalmologist come in to examine my wife's eyes. He suspected there may be some neurological cause and contacted a neurologist for a phone consult while we waited in the exam room. The neurologist requested that we come directly to neurology and be seen. After about 30 minutes, the neurologist fit us in and performed a number of diagnostic tests and ordered an MRI of my wife's head and spine. She called down to the imaging department and found that they could get my wife in for her MRI if we came directly down to imaging. My wife's neurologist scheduled an appointment for us to come back 2 days later after she had the results of the MRI, and we proceeded to imaging for her MRIs. We came back 2 days later. The results of the MRI showed that my wife had multiple sclerosis, and that was attacking the myelin of her nerves and causing progressive damage to her optic nerve. The neurologist performed a spinal tap in her office to confirm the diagnosis. Kaiser Permanente was able to provide visits with 4 physicians, including 3 separate specialists, MRI services, and a diagnosis of her illness within 1 week, something that was unable to be done within the prior year with available resources under the current health plan. We continued with monthly appointments and the neurologists and neuro-ophthalmologists up until June of 2018. And it was at this time that the damage to my wife's vision had gotten to the point that she was getting severe headaches from her computer screen, despite accommodations that her new employer, had provided in an attempt to allow her to continue to perform her job. In June of 2018, the progression of her MS, multiple sclerosis, and optic nerve degeneration required her to resign her position and ultimately to lose our Kaiser coverage. Our first thought was one of panic. We finally found a group of doctors that diagnosed her illness and were treating it, and now we were going to lose them. After the initial shock, we knew that we would have the coverage under the city's health plan, and we just needed to find a neurologist and neuro-ophthalmologist in Fresno that took the city's insurance. We went back to our original primary care physician, and he recommended a neurologist, but did not know of any neuro-ophthalmologists in the Fresno area. Due to the demand and limited specialists in Fresno, we were unable to get an appointment scheduled in less than 6 months. Our primary care physician was able to call the office directly and got an appointment for my wife in 3 months. Luckily, my wife's Kaiser neurologist renewed the 12-month prescription for her daily injections just before we lost coverage, and we transferred the prescription to Optum Specialty Pharmacy under the city's health plan. After 3 months, my wife was able to get into the neurologist for a cursory visit and referral to an ophthalmologist a month later. Due to the neurologist's caseload, my wife's follow-up appointment was made for March 2019. We were recently notified that the neurologist's hospital schedule had changed and the March appointment had been canceled and moved to October. Our thought at this time was that, well, at least the city will offer Kaiser Permanente in July, and my wife can again receive the regular follow-up care, medication review, monitoring of symptoms, and diagnostic MRIs that she needs. We now are told that the Health and Welfare Board has decided to not offer Kaiser as an option for members next year, and are thrust back into the chasm of insufficient supply of specialists and inadequate care. Fresno has a severe shortage of quality specialists in many fields, and specifically in the field of neurology with experience in the treatment of MS. We would ask that you revisit your recent decision to postpone offering Kaiser Permanente to the employees and retirees of the City of Fresno. The addition of Kaiser Permanente as an option for members of the Health Trust will allow for a vast expansion of available primary care physicians and dramatically increase members' access to quality special care. I truly believe that a minimum of 25% of the current membership living in the Fresno area would choose Kaiser coverage the first year it is offered. There is a huge demand from those you represent to provide a Kaiser option to expand access to high-quality care. While the majority of members do not require the specialty care that our family does, for those with chronic and incurable conditions and illnesses, your decision directly impacts their quality and length of life. It is for this reason that we ask you to reconsider your decision and expand access to quality medical care for all of your members by providing a Kaiser Permanente option beginning July 1st, 2019. And that's the end of the letter. And that was actually sent to, I think, myself and all the council members just this week. So this letter was not a catalyst for me bringing forward this resolution. This letter was a result. This employee saw that it was on the agenda, thanked myself and Councilmember Arias for pushing for it, and my motion remains. We urge the Health and Welfare Trust Board to reconsider their decision. Like I said, I mean, you can do your due diligence, but it is what it is. It doesn't take a year of research to figure out we have garbage options.
Thank you. We're ready to move to a vote, but I'd like to go out to the public and ask if any members of the public would like to address this item. Please come up and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Stacy Zanetti. I'm the Vice President for Kaiser Permanente. My address is 7300 North Fresno Street, Fresno, California, 93720. Kaiser Permanente is very committed to a long-term stable partnership with the City of Fresno and the Health and Welfare Fund Trust. Our proposal for July 2019 offers both richer benefits than the current plan as well as lower costs. And at just 10% of the staff signing up for Kaiser Permanente, it would save the trust approximately $300,000 a year. We believe that we can help the trust and the city by offering choice, as has been mentioned many times today. We think we can offer that choice to your employees by offering to help keep your current plan stable. We understand there's a lot of employee requests for Kaiser Permanente. So to ensure top-level service to the employees of the City of Fresno, we are offering a personal phone line. It will be a direct personal phone line for the city employees and their family members. They can call in with questions about their plan, appointment requests, etc. So a concierge type of service. While our benefits are richer and our costs are lower, employees will pay the same price that they pay for their current plan. We're also offering rate guarantees to the City of Fresno for not 1 but 2 contract years. So for 2020 and 2021 contract years, we're offering guarantees. That will again offer stability to the city. We have many large public sector clients that currently offer Kaiser Permanente alongside their self-funded PPO plan successfully. We ensure a balanced risk between the plans for a huge list of public sector as well as private sector groups. We have a list of references, including the County of Fresno, that are willing to be a reference for us. And we are also open to risk-sharing arrangements to add that additional layer of protection if requested. So I know I'm out of time.
You still have 45 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. We understand that the trust is concerned about upsetting their PPO plan, but you have our commitment that we will work with you to ensure a balanced risk, like we do with so many others. Our rich benefits will attract some of the higher risk that's actually on the PPO plan now, again, continuing to stabilize that PPO self-funded option. We'd be proud to provide the City of Fresno employees our high-quality Kaiser Permanente care and personalized service now and long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Are there any questions?
Oh, we could call you back up if we have any.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate it. I think your last comment about upsetting the PPO system that we have, Like I mentioned towards the beginning of this item, I came over here from the Fresno County Office of Education, where we actually only offer benefits to, I think, about 700 or 800 employees. So about 20% roughly of what we offer, 20% of the number of employees we offer coverage to here. And with that small fraction of employees, we offered 5 to 6 different PPO options on top of a Kaiser option. So I've seen it done before where the economies of scale were much less prevalent. I think economically it's a possibility here for the city of Fresno and its employees.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to address this item? Yes, please come forward. Give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Luz Maria, and I'm not really involved in this, but I am a citizen of this country, and I know that one of the major and a mother in a household where I know that I am getting into an age where I need probably some more help with health insurance. I do not have as a provider Kaiser, but I really believe that in this country we should have better options for every citizen. If Fresno is offering 36,000 employees, and Fresno is a small city, they should, we say in God we trust, but politics and money is what really makes a difference in the world. And if you are trusting, if you are promised to do due diligence, go ahead and do due diligence, because everything that you are impacting today is not only the person that needs probably more help. When you're talking about computers and access and concierge, I'd rather talk with a human being, because if you have a provider, you need to everybody has different needs. 36,000 people is a lot of people, especially if you look how many big employers we have in the city of Fresno. Everybody deserves in this city to have good quality. And if they only have one option, I think they should do diligence. The due diligence should be at least start. I come from engineering, and if you are going to do due diligence based on only one provider, I think we are wrong, because somebody's going to make decisions, and the decisions are going to impact many people in this country. 36,000 probably, they have at least 2 kids. You are talking multiply 36,000 too. So it's not only the people that is receiving the benefit. I think that you should do due diligence, and if we trust in God, it's good. But God is good, and politicians are a different thing. And I'm really sorry, but I have never seen any doctor that has a special care. If you have money, you can do many things. And the city of Fresno, if you are probably at one level, they are not going to treat you the same unless you have probably 2 options. So probably the 2 options, A and B, may seem like BS for some people, but I think if you look at take a survey and you're making a decision for 36,000 people in here, and that 36,000, and probably I don't know how many millions of dollars, but I have seen so many decisions made in this country that we should have probably higher level of services for human beings. Thank you.
Any other members of the public like to address this item? All right, coming back to the dais, we have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 1 opposed. So that motion passes 5 to 1 with Councilman Capriolio voting no. And of course, Councilman Chavez is not here today.
Council President, if I may, just for a split second, I hope that the members of the health board who are in the management team of the city recognize that, at least for some of us, it is completely unacceptable that in the year 2020, we only have one option for thousands of employees when we're the 5th largest city in the state. That is not a healthcare plan of a top-tier city. So I hope that whatever issues and politics people have in that health board, they put them aside and actually do their job and give us better options.
All right. All right, so that one's done. We're going to move back to the general admin workshop by request. So, and I'm sorry for the group for item 4C. We'll get to you immediately after this. It's a workshop regarding the recruitment process for the chief of police. It's presented by the city manager's office and personnel services department.
All right. Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services. Would like to spend a few minutes with you talking about the process for recruiting our next police chief. As we know, our current chief, Jerry Dyer, who's by the time he retires will have been in the role for over 18 years. He's going to be moving on, and so we need to search for his replacement, search for the person who's going to fill those very big shoes. To that end, we have retained the firm of Terry Black and Company. They're an established recruiting firm that assists public agencies with recruiting executives, whether it's a county chief executive, city manager, public works director, police chief, you name it. They'll be conducting a national search for us. And
excuse me, Jeff, I hate to interrupt you, but I can't hear you.
I'm sorry?
I have a lot of conversation up here. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So as I was indicating, the firm of Terry Black and Company will be conducting a national search for us. Their effort will really be comprised of three main elements. First and foremost is marketing and outreach, trying to identify the qualified candidates who would be considered for this role, and preparing job announcements, placing media ads, things of that nature to attract candidates. Part of that outreach would also be contacting candidates directly that they know are qualified to fulfill this role. The next step in this process that they would be performing is that of assessment and screening of those candidates to ensure that they meet our needs, that they are in fact qualified, that they have the skill set for which we should be considering their candidacy. And the last phase in which they'll be assisting us with is actually that selection process, administering the interview panels, putting together those questions, and making sure that we are able to gather sufficient information to make a sound decision. Prior to that, we want to conduct or seek out the input from the community. And one way in which to accomplish that is through an online survey. And that online survey would be something that we would be posting next week. That survey, we would seek the feedback of the community to tell us a little bit about what sort of issues, what are the priorities that they think the next chief needs to be addressing. We would also ask that the community tell us what they think are the qualities and the characteristics of our next police chief. What should we be considering? Things of that nature. We would also be conducting community meetings in the 5 policing districts to seek comments and feedback directly from those community representatives or those community members throughout, and make sure that we have a good understanding and that there is another vehicle with which people can express that information and get that to us. And then finally, in terms of community participation and community representation as part of our interview panels as well. So there's tremendous opportunity for community involvement in this process, for providing feedback to us so that when the city manager ultimately makes a decision, has the ability to consider all of that feedback, all of that information. What I have before you at the present time on the screen is essentially a draft timeline. We know that our current chief, Jerry, is going to be retiring in October. And you know we are presently in April. And so sometime between now and April, we're going to conduct this process. And what I've identified on this slide are a number of key elements that would be taking place over the course of the next few months. These dates are not set in stone. These dates are essentially giving us a date to shoot for, a target to work towards accomplishing that particular end of putting the city manager in a position to make a selection and have that person start just as Jerry's walking out the door. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Jeff, and so we have a couple council members punched up. Councilmember Soria.
Okay, just a couple questions that I have. So can you tell us a little bit more about this Terry Black recruiting firm? How did you guys come up with them? And what kind of, what other city police chief searches have they completed?
The firm of Terry Black and Company, Carrie started as a recruiter back in 1999 with another firm. She established her own firm in 2006. And I'm sorry, at the moment, I don't remember off the top of my head the other police chief searches she's conducted. I looked at that, but I didn't retain that information. I'm sorry.
Are they for like big cities, or do they have experience working, recruiting for large cities like us?
Medium-sized and large-sized cities, yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned the community survey. Is there any way that we can see this community survey come to the council before it gets posted? Are we going to have any input on this community survey? What's your guys' process? Because I noticed in your time frame, you guys are going to post it April 11th, so I imagine you guys already have some kind of draft. Can we see this community survey?
You know, we're happy to distribute it to you in a tray memo.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
And then where will you guys post it, or how will that be accessible to like the community?
The survey?
Yeah.
The survey would be posted on the city's website. I would imagine that there's going to be a press release that announces that. Okay. And then we could also certainly make it available in hard copy form for those individuals who do not have access to the internet.
Okay.
But again, we would also be conducting community meetings to provide another vehicle, another opportunity for people to share that same type of information.
And is it possible to get the survey translated in the various languages that we generally translate?
Certainly.
So that it's available also?
Certainly.
Perfect. And then question on the community engagement part of the panel. What does that mean? What I'm interested in hearing, I guess, from the administration and from the mayor, when he means like community panel, like what kind of members, who's going to be representing the community in these panels?
We haven't made the determination exactly as to who at this point in time, knowing full well that we would like to obtain that feedback from community members, community representation of some sort that would be diverse.
Yeah, we will select the panel members after we do the community survey and all of the community meetings.
Okay.
And we've invited community members to sit on other panels as well in the past. So.
Okay. Will that be available? Maybe will you guys be open to recommendations from the council? I would hope that.
Absolutely. You can send those to myself or Jeff. We're happy to accept your recommendations.
Okay, just because I want to make sure that the community panel or the community perspective is truly a reflection of the diversity that exists in our community. That's something that is going to be important for me. And I appreciate the fact that you guys have outlined various ways for the community to be involved. I think those are all the questions. Oh, one last question, actually. In terms of the chief's salary, I know that the chief has obviously been here for a long time, but have you guys already thought about looking at the salary packages in comparison to other cities and what we're going to be offering the new chief, or how is that going to work?
We, as you know, Council, we have Exhibit 2 in our salary resolution that sets forth the salary range for our police chief. We have compared that with other large cities, our Transparency Act cities, and we believe that the range that's existing today will allow us to attract very good quality candidates.
Can you remind us what that is? Do you know from the top of your head, or do you have that information accessible?
The top of the range is approximately $225,000, give or take a little bit. And then on top of that, the chief receives a post-certification pay of 9% as well.
9%?
Correct.
And so that would be offered also to any candidate that
Correct.
may take the job?
Correct.
Perfect. And then are there any other I guess, benefits that you guys are looking at to be part of the package to attract really high-quality applicants? Or you guys think that what we have right now established kind of as a package will suffice?
We believe at this point in time, based on our experience with the recruitments, that what we have in place today would be sufficient.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilman Arias.
Personnel Director. I guess my first question is probably to the city manager or to the mayor, who I think is in the audience today. What exact assurance are we going to receive on the council that this community committee will actually be geographically and ethnically diverse?
The community meetings you said, or
the panel that's going to do the interviewing.
The expectation, I think, from the administration side of things is that we do want to capture a diverse representation. That it would be a disservice to this process and to this organization to do otherwise.
I think we concur with that, but I'm looking for a much more concrete assurance that that's going to take place.
I can provide you with that assurance at this moment.
Thank you. Back to the consultant. What experience or knowledge do they have in the city of Fresno? Have they ever done a search for us? Are they familiar with the community of Fresno in general?
Yes. If memory serves me correctly, this consultant performed the search for our current development director.
Is that Ms. Jennifer Clark?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on the length of contract, is there any provisions that stipulate the length of a contract that can be offered, or is that on a year-by-year basis? What's typically the guidance for this kind of position?
The employment contract with the individual?
Yes.
That is subject to negotiation between the city manager and that individual.
Is there any rules to the length of contracts? I know there's rules around severance pay potentially, but is there any rules to contract length up front?
There is, I believe, in the Transparency Act. I don't have that committed to memory.
Okay, but there is some guidance that we have already in existing policy. Okay, if you can just...
I also want to point out that Terry Black, her firm was also hired by former city manager Mark Scott when we were going to do a police chief recruitment during that time.
Got it, so it's a couple experiences.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the Transparency Act sets forth some guidelines or limits for contracts subject to council approval. The council can go outside that at any time.
Perfect, thank you. What's the role of Police Chief Dyer going to be at the point that we hire a new chief? Is there going to be a transition period? Have you guys anticipated for the overlapping of responsibilities to transition, or is it going to be a clean exit and a clean entrance?
No, we do anticipate, sorry, Jeff, I've already talked to Chief about it. We do anticipate a transition period of at least 30 days.
Okay. Thank you. And then the last thing I would just request, besides being very thoughtful of, we're a very diverse city and our residents speak multiple languages, so whatever communication and communities you have, I would urge you to make sure that people can actually participate in those meetings and in the surveys. And lastly, that whatever feedback comes from those community meetings or the surveys, that the council receive copies of that feedback, because I think it's important for us to also hear directly from residents on what they expect a chief to do and what kind of skill sets we should be looking for.
I think if the city manager agrees with this, that's something we could certainly disseminate through a Trey memo.
Councilman Esparza.
Yes. Maybe I missed this part, but how many, we're already on April 4th, so you got about 26 days till we conclude the community meetings. How many meetings do we plan to hold? And how many in each district?
So as I indicated earlier, we intend to conduct 5 community meetings within the 5 police, one within each of the 5 policing districts. And that April 30th date is not a hard and fast date. Those are some benchmarks we're trying to shoot for. It is likely going to go beyond April 30 in order for us to conduct all of those meetings.
Okay. So, let me see, 5. I mean, I pretty much just echo the sentiment of my colleagues and just making sure we have translators and such, making sure everybody's heard at these meetings. Even within my own district, I typically break up the meetings just because of, and the policing districts are even bigger. So within my own district, I typically break up the meetings into different, regions and neighborhoods accordingly. So I have a lot more Spanish speakers in the southeast part of southeast Fresno than I do up in Old Fig. So, I mean, I want to partner with you guys, make sure I get the word out to everybody. You're going to have a pretty diverse showing from my area alone. I just want to make sure everybody is heard and has the opportunity to kind of speak their minds.
I think there's the opportunity as soon as we get the schedule prepared and nailed down that we could notify a council certainly of the dates, times, and places, and you'd be certainly able to participate.
Okay, thank you.
Council Member Soria.
Oh, I was going to ask, kind of along the lines of what Councilmember Esparza was saying. So I know that you guys are proposing to do meetings based on police districts. Would you guys be open to doing one in our district? Like one in each district at least? I know that I would like to have one in my district. And I know like Councilmember Arias and I actually have a scheduled meeting already, April 30th. And if you guys want to come and talk about that there, we would welcome you guys and give you guys some time on the agenda. But I think that it's important that we take those opportunities where they're at beyond the 5 policing districts.
Yeah, we can take that under consideration because we are working with the recruiter and personnel, but we're happy to look into that.
I would second that because then it adds 2 more meetings, and then most people in our community identify themselves by their neighborhood or their council districts, and a lot of them aren't really aware of their policing district.
So, yes, so April 30th, just FYI, I don't know if that's too soon, but we do have a meeting in the Tower District. We would welcome you guys to come and chat about it, even if it's just a few minutes to get a little bit of feedback.
Great.
There. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. Just my last caution to the staff as you pursue this process. I've been part of probably half a dozen search committees, and what my consistent experience in those search committees has been that when the firm does this first screening, typically high quality minority applicants are screened out because the firm does not value or interpret what's being asked for locally. So if we're going to let the firm, in this case, your proposal has a firm doing their first level of screening, that we be very thoughtful because I think this community is going to want a diverse pool of finalists to give the mayor and the city manager the best possible view in top talent.
You know, I've been fortunate enough since I've been city manager to do 5 executive searches in this role. Oh, can you hear me?
No.
Okay. I'll start over. So I've been fortunate while city manager to at least have done 5 executive searches in my role. And I will let you know that for my first assistant city manager recruitment, I had over 110 applicants and I looked at every single resume myself, even after that first cut was made, just so you have that assurance from me.
And was this firm that you're using now involved in those searches?
No, not in those searches.
Okay, I would just caution you, right? An LA firm, that my research of this firm doesn't conclude that, one, they're very diverse in their own employees, and I'm assuming that their talent pool is not going to be as diverse as some of us would hope. So I'd just caution us with what kind of filter they use. I think the city manager and the mayor and the residents of this city deserve the strongest and diverse pool of applicants to consider.
If I may, in my role as the personnel director for the city, I take that responsibility very seriously, and especially in the development of a qualified pool of candidates that is representative of our community, especially at this level. And you have my assurance that I'll be working with that recruiter very closely. She does understand the need for us to develop a deep, qualified, and diverse pool. And I will continue to work with her to continue to focus on that.
All right, the screen is clear, so I'm just going to make a few comments because I won't be a part of this, but Chief Dyer, you've left us our Chief Dyer's not here, but he's left us in a predicament of very large shoes to fill. And so I want to express that I appreciate his years of service. I know I'm going to be gone when he finally retires, but I'll run into him either at that time or maybe on a golf course somewhere. But it's great shoes to fill there, and it's a big role to fill those shoes. And I do get the thoughts of my colleagues. At the end of the day, we have to choose the best individual for the city of Fresno, irregardless of, I honor the process, but the final decision has to choose the best individual. So that's my final comments. And so the screen is clear, and this was just a workshop, so we won't be going out to the public. And so we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is item 4C. It's agreement with BMG Money for Loans at Work, a workspace emergency loan program, and that's sponsored by myself. And I'm going to be real brief in how I came about doing this, and what it is. And I included a staff report, which is sometimes surprising for council members. But what this company does is gives emergency financial relief to employees of the city of Fresno should they need it. It just offers that opportunity. And they work in other cities, counties around the country, including as nearby as Tulare County. And they just offer an option for people that are in some extreme need. Sometimes even City of Fresno employees that find themselves in a financial crisis have to go to the most destructive type of day-to-day loans. And I don't feel comfortable that some of our employees would have to do that. This company steps in the gap and gives our employees another option should we choose to go forward with this today. It's not what we would all love to have happen with our employees. We would like to have our employees find a way of getting secured loans at real low interest rates. And sometimes for some of our employees, they don't have the assets, they don't have the background, they haven't got all of their ducks in a row to secure real small interest rate loans. This loan stands in the gap between those that could be assessed with securities and those that are just out on the street fending for yourself amongst the sharks. And so that's what BMG does. And my recommendation is that we offer this to our employees. It's really similar to the item we listened to a couple of agenda items ago, where we're giving our employees options. We're not telling them they have to do this, but if they find themselves in a jam, it would be there for them. And so I'm going to make a recommendation, or I'm going to make a motion to adopt this item as recommended. And then I would like to, go ahead. All right, I thought you punched in. All right, so that is the premise of why I arrived at this conclusion today. And I'm going to let my colleagues come up, but I would like, I'm going to let my colleagues speak, but I'd like Maricela Villar to come forward and tell us a little bit about BMG and how it operates, and maybe give us some examples in other communities.
So my name is Maricela Villar. I'm Director of Government Relations with BMG Money. And what BMG Money does is we offer an emergency loan program similar to an employee supplemental benefit. So as seems like the theme of the day is as an option. It's an emergency micro loan from $500 to $5,000 that you are able to take. So essentially, your job is your credit. The fact that you're an employee, benefits eligible employee, you will have the opportunity to take out a loan. Not everyone is qualified for a $5,000 loan, but based on what your pay, and if you guys are biweekly, correct? So we will do a payroll deduction biweekly. On our landing page for the application, We also give other options. So if there's a credit union that you guys use, if there's any other unions that have any opportunities, we always want to make sure that we're also including options so that we make sure that we are covering everything. We offer financial literacy courses. We do, as you said, we have more than $350 million worth of loans that we've done so far. We have more than 70 partners, all public sector. So this is kind of, it's an innovative idea here within the United States, but in other places in the world, they actually use a program like this, so a Loans at Work type program.
And you serve other communities like ours throughout the United States.
Absolutely. We have more than 70 partners with public sectors and some nonprofits as well.
Do you have any comments about Tulare County? They're a nearby neighbor that uses your services.
I don't know exactly the amount of particular. I do know that it's benefited them so far as of yet. It's similar in demographic, and they have. I don't have the exact numbers, but yes, within the last. It's been almost around 9 months that we've been in business with them and in partnership with them, and it's been very successful and smooth. And I'm sure we can get someone to be in contact with you if you had any further questions with them too.
Thank you, Marisela. All right, Councilman Esparza.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Council President, just like we had discussed kind of prior, I do have some heartburn with this item. In my district number 7, we have a saturation of payday lenders that prey on the community. And so living in that community, seeing what goes on every day, I do have an inherent mistrust of these types of institutions and the way they impact our community. So I have some heartburn about inviting them into City Hall. I will commend Council President Brandel for his consistency in terms of wanting to offer the employees options. I do realize this does not mandate employees to take this kind of loan, but 24%. Whether you compare, even when compared to the higher rates that payday lenders offer in the 30s or 40s, 24%.
The actual average is 450%.
How much is it?
450%.
Oh wow, that is high. But just looking at it on a raw basis, APR 23.99% seems pretty high. So, I'm open-minded, but like I said, I think I have an inherent mistrust of these types of lending institutions and the way they make their money off the backs of hardworking folks, whether it's the folks in my district or the folks who work for the city.
Did I hear you say that this gives the employees options? Because it seems to me like we're bringing one company forward, and it's a little ironic given the Kaiser conversation we just had, or the health and welfare conversation we just had. And I'm wondering, and I have Mike here too. I have a handful of questions because why is this company uniquely qualified? If staff brought to you all a recommendation to bring some company on board for services, you would question us as to the procurement process or the RFP or whatever that we went under. So I don't understand why this is different than any item we bring forward to you.
Well, I think that if staff have some other options, they could bring them.
We do have an emergency payout right now. Mike, do you mind speaking to that for the group? We do have something on the books right now that we do have employees take advantage of all the time.
If before you do that, did we go through a procurement process for the search firm for the police chief?
I don't know.
We're not on that item right now.
I know, but you referenced...
We solicited, I believe, 3 or 4 different proposals, which we're able to do, and we did get 3 or 4.
But there was no bid procurement process.
Doug, can you speak to the fact that we're able to solicit 3?
I know we're able to. We're also able to pick whoever we want from the audience to give them a contract. That's not the question. The question is, you referenced...
We did solicit 3 or 4 firms for the police chief search, yes, to answer your question.
But there was no bid process of procurement.
City Attorney, do you mind speaking to that for us, please?
Well, I'm not aware of any process for that, but formal process is required for purchases over $138,000. Below that, there are incremental different levels and different depths of process required depending upon the cost of the service. I don't know what the cost of the police chief procurement service is. If it's under 50, then no formal process is required. You can always do process even if it's not required.
All right. Wilma, are you done? Oh, yeah, I guess she is. Councilman Arias.
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions for you. I do have a couple of concerns with this item. Based on the terms of the agreements that are referenced here, interest rates range from 24% up to 30%. Loans range from $500 to $10,000.
Can I clarify?
Yes, please.
It's 23.9 fixed and simple. That's it. There's no range. It's 23.9 fixed and simple.
Got it. 23%. Okay. What about the total loan amounts?
I'm sorry?
What's the highest loan amount that you can get?
5,000. They're all micro loans, so they're small loans.
So this particular item says 5,000 is a maximum?
Yes.
Okay. And one other thing. What happens if people don't pay or get laid off and you can't collect your money from their payroll?
What we do is we actually switch to a statement. So we do payroll deduction, so that's how we get the payment. But if for some reason they separate from you, we will do a statement. And actually, because of the employees, the type of employees that work with public sector, typically pay the statement. So it goes, instead of a 2-week statement, we change it to a 1-month statement.
Got it. Thank you. And one question for legal counsel. Legal counsel, if there was a dispute between an employee receiving a loan, the lender who's being proposed, could the employee request that their pay no longer be automatically deducted to pay back the loan? Can we gouge somebody's salary for a third party?
I don't see that addressed in this agreement. I don't know what the loan agreement with the particular employee would say. John, are you aware of that? Answer that? Yeah,
Please.
John from our office can come up.
Great, thank you. Because I know we can gouge or take people's wages for child support, IRS, certain matters, but would this be one, if there was a dispute, we can simply take it?
So under state law, an employee is allowed to revoke the payroll withholding at any time. So they could essentially revoke it, and then the dispute would be between them and
two private parties.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for answering my question.
Thanks, John.
I can appreciate the option that's being proposed. To the city manager's points, I agree with her. One option is not an option. That's why I think we really don't provide health care in this city to our employees. From my perspective, a better way to ensure that employees don't need these kind of services, either a 23% interest rate loan from your company or a 450% interest rate loan from the payday lenders that exist, is not to move an actual payday lender into City Hall. I think what we need to do is adjust our pay salaries, pay employees more, fix our healthcare system so that people can utilize a more efficient and cheaper healthcare option while not losing any benefits. So I'm not ready to move in any payday lender into City Hall, irrespective of how much better they are than the guys next to the liquor stores down the street. But I'm also hopefully going to send a very clear message that if city staff doesn't want these options to be brought forward to us and the council to consider, then we better figure out how to give better healthcare options to our employees and how to deal with the compensation problem that we have.
I would like, and I apologize, Mike was up earlier to speak on our AO that we have for emergency payout. Mike, I think it's important for council to hear that. Do you mind just giving a brief overview of what that entails?
Yes, I'm glad to do so. We currently have AO 6-17, which allows for employees to cash out up to 200 hours of their leave balance on an emergency loan basis. So they can cash that leave out. It is 0% interest, so you don't get charged 24% interest on it. It is just a pool of money that goes to them immediately. And they have to obviously demonstrate the need, but it is available to them and it's available for anyone.
What is the maximum amount?
200 hours at whatever their current salary is.
Whatever, okay.
Wait, and so they have to, can you clarify, they have to accumulate those, or you sort of advance it for them?
No, if you have 200 hours in there, if you have up to 200 hours in your leave bank already, you can cash it all out on an emergency basis to handle any emergency that you have. That is a current administrative order that we have here at the city.
And that's the end of it. You cash it out, you use it, and then you're left with zero balance, and that's the end of the story.
Well, but you accumulate leave again as you continue working here.
Sure.
Yeah, so you would accumulate it back over with the rates that are negotiated through the MOUs. So you would accumulate your hours back. But again, you're not paying interest on it.
So you can cash out 2 hours or up to 200 hours.
Up to 200 hours, yes.
So what's the median salary here at the city? I mean, there's folks that get paid, wide ranges. What's like the median salary? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
50, 55? Okay. So 55,000. That would come out to an hourly rate of about $26.44, $200, 200 hours. Wow. Okay. So about on average, if someone had up to 200 hours, they could cash out for a little over $5,000.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Comparable to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
For what interest rate, Mike?
0.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great option, and even if you're making $15 an hour, I think it's still probably one of the best options that I've ever heard of. So I'm glad to know that we actually have that. I'm here in the city of Fresno. Sorry, I jumped in.
The calculation I gave was based on an hourly rate of $26.44, roughly. So yeah, if you $15 an hour, you cashed out that many hours, you probably get it.
2,000.
Yeah, 2,000-ish.
It'd be interesting to know how many of our employees might have to resort to emergency financing. So the only thing that I would add at this point, and I don't actually have a second to this motion yet, and that's fine, is that, serving 6 years and Councilmember Arias with and Esparza and Soria, hearing from Councilmember Baines was very livid about the advantage that's being taken of people out on the streets of Fresno with the true payday loan situation, okay? And so I felt, and I don't actually believe that this group is inviting one of those groups into this building because it's substantially different, the platform and the procedure. So I truly do believe it gives people a final option before they have to go that route. So I wanted to entertain that. I enjoyed my meetings with VMG, wanted to give the employees of the city of Fresno an option. But I'll ask one more time. I'll make this motion. If there's not a second, it could die for a lack of a second, or if there's any interest, we could vote on it. All right.
Point of order? Yeah, it's died for a second, I think, but I had a point of order I wanted to ask about.
Say that again.
I wanted to ask about point of order.
Okay, what about?
I wanted to address, if I could, some of the issues that were discussed regarding the police chief recruitment.
Okay, let me finish this one off
Yes,
then.
okay.
So I don't have a second, and so I'm sorry, BMG, that you made your way to Fresno for that reason. I would ask my colleagues that to really investigate the difference, at least give you 15 minutes on the telephone sometime to investigate the difference between a true payday lender program and what you offer. So thank you very much. That item was not seconded, so it's unsuccessful. Now, Councilman Bredefeld, you have a point of order. You want to return to an earlier?
Yes, if I could.
Okay. I want to get us, go ahead.
Okay. Question for you. There's been a lot said about issues of diversity and selecting a pool that's diverse. Earlier today, this morning, we selected a company that we approved, and my colleague, Councilman Arias, said that he looked in our packet and the company that we approved it wasn't diverse enough, and he wanted that message sent to them. I think that's accurate in terms of, I want to be clear in how you clarified that. I would like to ask you, Jeff, city manager, is our goal to have a diverse pool of applicants or the strongest pool of applicants? Because I think it's to have the strongest, and if it's diverse, fantastic. But if it's something else, I'd like to know. I'd like you to clarify that, and city manager, I'd like you to weigh in on this.
If I may, the objective is to develop a pool of qualified candidates, first and foremost. If individuals are not qualified, they should not be given any consideration whatsoever.
Okay. City manager?
No, I concur with Jeff, and we've handled all of our searches like that it is the most qualified candidate pool possible, and that's first and foremost.
Okay, is there a second consideration? I mean, I'd like to know. I think the public needs to know.
I think that in terms of diversity, if I could address that particular element, that we as an employer have an obligation to ensure equal employment opportunity. And to that end, we are not excluding individuals of some other characteristic than some stereotype, or just because they don't look exactly like Jerry. We are looking for qualified candidates, and to the extent that they are of some other race, some other religion, some other gender, we certainly welcome that. We encourage that. But the first element that has to be met is the fact that they are qualified to sit in that chair.
Okay, because for me, I'm interested in you selecting and finding the most qualified applicants. That ought to be the total agenda, that we get the most qualified person to be the police chief. If they happen to be something other than a white person or a male person, fine, perfect. But I hope that we present to the public the most qualified person to be the police chief, whether they be male, female, African American, Hispanic, white, whatever. And I'm really troubled by this continued talk that we want make sure there's a diverse pool as opposed to the strongest qualified people. And this morning it was said when we accepted a company, I think the message was sent to you to tell them they weren't diverse enough. And that was a message that I think it was supposed to be sent to that company. That's not the direction we need to be going. We need to be selecting people based on their qualifications and who will perform the best service for the citizens of Fresno. I think that's what we ought to do. I don't think we want to be getting into this identity politics.
City Manager, is it your position that being highly qualified and diverse are mutually exclusive?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Is it your position that a highly qualified and diverse candidate is mutually exclusive? That you can't have both?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
That's not my position either. But the most qualified person, whoever they are, ought to be the one selected, regardless of race, sex, gender, religion, or anything else.
I don't think anybody's suggesting that we're making the selection based solely on diversity. I think what we're suggesting is that diversity is a component, and rightfully so, given the demographics of the city, all languages spoken, and the different folks who reside here.
No, the pool selection is suggested to be a diverse population as opposed to the most qualified. That's what was said.
I will, as I said earlier, the direction to the recruiter is to find us the best pool of candidates. We would ask that they uphold the principles of equal employment opportunity. To that end, to the extent that it's possible to develop a very diverse pool in recognition of their qualifications, by all means, we're certainly striving for that.
Okay.
Are you good,
yep.
Councilman Predefeld?
Yep.
All right. Councilman Orris, you're punched up, but was that for your comments you just made?
I just wanted to clarify to the comments Councilmember Bredefeld made about the previous contract. The consultant to do the environmental impact work report or assessment for the West Area Plan, if you know the West Area, it's a very diverse community of Fresno residents that speak multiple languages. My reference to diversity when it comes to awarding that contract is that you need to have the skill set, both cultural and language, to be able to do environmental assessments because it requires you actually talking to people there. So that's what it's in reference is. You have to find people with the skill set that matches the need that you have before you. And I think city staff is pretty clear about what are the legal requirements, what are the specific unique needs of the city of Fresno, and you know, I'm confident they'll do the best work that they can. Thank you.
And I would like to add that you selected a company that you already assessed all of those issues, and you selected what you thought was the most qualified company. And this council adopted that 7-0. And so I assume they're going to do the work, do it of a quality nature. We expect nothing less, regardless of the pool makeup of their company, which you evaluated and which this council approved.
Right, thank you. Now we are going to, I think we are complete with the agenda with the exception of closed session, one city council item, but Gary was here earlier and barely missed our unscheduled communication, so I'm going to allow a second round of unscheduled communication today. Gary, please come forward, tell us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you, buddy, Steve. First of all, my name is Gary, and you know I ride the bus and the big buses, and I saw on the news about Route 22 is got crushed on the windshield, and the driver almost got hit to the cars. And Nelson, you need to figure out about the buses for me, okay? Because she smiled. But she knows I go to Fresno City College because I ride the bus at Q Bus 1, Route 35, and we move towards the Beach of Olive. And Paul, my man right there, is number 4. He's my guy because we move. So I know all the members, you know, and so anyway, we need to figure out about the big buses and also the handy ride. Because my girlfriend's in the wheelchair and we're going to school together in Fresno City, okay? And we have to get that done for me. And Nelson, I'm not mad at you for it, my man, but I want to get hurt. You know, because if she watches the news at Channel 30, she's going to say, what happened to my brother, Gary? But it's not safe. So I'm not mad at you, my man, but, you know, but just get your heads up. And we have to talk to the golf field or something to see what we're going to do. Because this bus is going to be, no way can't sit down because the bus moving in the seat. And the driver's so rude all the time.
Wait, Gary, so can you clarify what route is this that you're referring to?
Peach and Olive is Route 35. And Route 32 southbound towards downtown to courthouse. And then Route Q1 on Blackstone. And also I ride Route 45 about 2 weeks ago. That's, let's see. They may think here. Can't remember east or west, but I think it's east towards Ashland.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I think you talked to my staff about this, and they're working on it, but I'll double check and make sure it's the same routes that
Yeah.
they took down from you. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. All right, the final agenda for the public part of the agenda, we do have a closed session item, is the election of council president. So as of right now, I'm going to resign as president of Fresno City Council and nominate Councilman Capriolio. If it weren't for the fact that Councilman Arias was a new council member, he is the vice president, but our bylaws currently say he can't serve as the council president. So I nominate Councilman Capriolio to fill in the remainder of my term.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Is that the Bredefeld rule that is in place?
The very thoughtful and effective Bredefeld rule.
Yeah. So I didn't hear exactly who was the second, but second was Councilmember Vice President Arias. And so that's a votable item. So I'm going to go out to the public really quick and see if any members of the public would like to address this vote to make Councilman Capriolio the council president. I don't see any. Councilman Bredefeld, you've punched in.
Yes, before we switch over, I just want to say, Steve, that you've been a phenomenal councilman, and you, for 6 years, have fought hard for the people in your district. You came up with asset, the no camping ordinance, and many, many other things that I think are truly effective. And I think that's why the people in the district elected you with 57% of the vote. They know somebody who's getting the job done, and we're going to miss you here. And I'm going to miss you as a personal friend, and I'm going to miss you as somebody that I've worked with. I think you've been a phenomenal council member, and I think you walk out of here feeling real good about all that you've accomplished.
Thanks,
I wish you
Garrett.
the best.
And I think we're going to have some comments or something.
Yes,
So there'll be an
you guys
option for that.
You're raining on my parade, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Or Steve's parade, not mine.
So we're talking about the transference of the presidency for now. Councilman Esparza?
We do electronic vote.
All right. The screen is clear. All in favor? Aye.
We do electronic vote, Council President.
What did he want?
No, his ego's big enough.
They're telling us no.
You're
I'm
the
willing to do
president.
it. Yeah.
Stand up.
Let's do an electronic vote for our incoming council president. Let's see. You can still vote no if you want, Paul. I'm going to see if you want to vote no. All right. All in favor?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
President.
I appreciate your support, but thanks anyway.
All right.
So with that in mind, I just wanted to say a couple things, and thanks to most of you for your trust and faith in me. I think I'm the first Italian-American elected president of Fresno City Council. You know, my grandparents immigrated from northern Italy, and they came through Ellis Island and ended up here in California. So I think they're looking down on me, Noni and Papa. I hope I made you proud. So with that, can
Council
we begin our
President, if I
process?
may change my vote, City Clerk, I heard you just bought me a gift, so I want to take my vote back and make it a yes. Thank you.
Well, can we do another electronic vote? No, he didn't. But he doesn't know that. He's not seasoned enough.
Marco, are you setting us up for another electronic vote? Okay, there we go.
Unanimous.
Perfect. Now it's unanimous, Paul.
Oh, good. Now I can finish my speech.
Now you can sleep at night.
All better.
Okay, now, hold 1 second. You're going to love this. Our $9 million system is about to work. Steve, this music is just for you. Steve, come down and join me.
It must have been cold there in my shadow to never have sunlight on your face. You were content to let me shine. That's your
There's the
way.
Dr. Pepper.
You always walked a step behind. So I was the one with all the glory, while you were the one with all the strength.
You're all our heroes, Steve.
You are the wind beneath my wings.
That's fantastic.
Steve, come on down here, buddy.
Oh, all right.
I know you wanted some Hank Williams Jr. Music with your country background, or something about Amarillo, your favorite town in Texas. But anyway, this is a bittersweet day for Fresno, Steve. And, we're losing a champion for your council district and for the city of Fresno. You really are a champion. And the county is much better off to have you as a new champion on their board. So we're going to miss you. I'm not going to say goodbye. I'll say see you later, because we're going to continue to work together as we've done in the past and we'll do in the future. I also wanted to say you will definitely be invited. I can't thank you enough for your support on the Multi-Generational Center for the entire city of Fresno. And you put the money up along with the dialogue. I can never thank you enough. So you got the scissors when the time comes. We're going to do that. So we've got a few gifts here for you. First, this is the, this probably belongs in the post office under Most Wanted. But here are a beautiful picture that we did for you. Everyone signed their name accordingly. And hopefully that'll go up in your county office, and you can share that with your colleagues over there. We also, because you were a two-time president, we have your sign framed just for you. And you can put this over to the board and let them know that you're your presidential material there, buddy.
There you go.
And before I give you one more thing. I know you're gavel-oriented. You used it today very effectively. Right. You could use it right now if you want.
Oh, right on.
So this is presented to Steve Brandow, City of Fresno District 2 Council Member 2013 to 2019, Official President 2014 and 2019. So congratulations and thank you so much for what you've done. Before I give you the mic, I'd like to see where Lindsay and Robert, come on up. Because you are the part of the team and critical part of your district team, Lindsay, for your dedicated service and efforts to servicing the constituents of the city of Fresno, District 2. Thank you for your invaluable leadership and support. That's for you. Likewise, Robert, I know you both are going to the county. We wish you were staying, because it's people like you that make us look good and feel good and help us out a lot. And likewise, for your dedicated service and efforts to servicing the constituents of the city of Fresno, District 2. Thank you for your invaluable leadership and support. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Now, Steve, here you are, buddy.
Oh, you're passing me the mic, right? Like one last time. I'd like to ask if my colleagues could come down as well with me. It's really important for me.
Can we speak too?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, before I go down, Steve, I won't miss your politics, but I will miss your sense of humor. And my prayers will be with the county of Fresno, and I know that you can do a really good job of representing all those folks.
Thanks, Miguel. All right, I want to say some thank yous while my colleagues are on their way down. I'm that 1 in 100 guys that gets emotional at times, so I'm sorry about that. I want to thank, snowflake, Gary calls me. Okay. First, I want to thank Lindsay and Robert. Lindsay's been with me the whole time at council, and Robert's been here for many years now. They do a fantastic job. They've served me so well. We create a great team, so I'm taking them with me to the county. And Lindsay's in particular got a lot of city hall experience, and so it's going to be hard to replace her for my incoming replacement. And then Robert has previous experience with the county, and so he's going to be a great asset at the county as well. So I want to thank Lindsay and Robert. As you can imagine, I'm not the easiest council member to work with. So these two have put up with quite a lot over the years, and let's give them a hand. Thank you, Gary. Yeah. Then I've said this twice today. I said it at a luncheon. I said it earlier in council comments. I would like to thank the staff members of the city of Fresno. This includes the department heads, and all of the employees, the down-the-line employees that do great work for our city. I mentioned earlier, I come from a very skeptical place in government, and there's reason for that at times, but I really feel after serving here for 6 years, we have a great group of employees from top to bottom, and that includes everyone. There's so many that I can't name them right now. If I started to name them, I'd leave people out, and I don't want to do that. But that's all of our staff and our department heads have done a fantastic job. I want to thank Doug and Yvonne. Yvonne's not here today, but they have been the council, the two departments that council hires that we interact more consistently with. Doug, you've done a great job. As far as I'm concerned, connecting with my office and doing things that we ask you to do. And I know Yvonne will hear this, but Brianna, if you could please relay that to her as well. Serving as council president twice, I've had the opportunity to work really closely with those two individuals. I want to thank the mayors and their administrations that I've worked with. Previous Mayor Swearingen, Mayor Brand have both provided leadership for our city. They both have different and diverse strengths, and I appreciate them and their staffs, and that includes the city managers that I've worked with in the past. I don't know, Wilma probably gave me the slip already, but that includes the city managers and all the people that work in the administration as well. Finally, I want to thank, and then I'm going to say a couple comments about my colleagues. I want to thank the citizens of the city of Fresno, the constituents of District 2 for whether they voted for me or not, but being able to interface with me, tell me about things, teach me things sometimes, and listen and have meetings, and all of us get some things across the table for the benefit of Northwest Fresno and the entire city. I was thinking about these comments. You get tempted. You think, I want to list all the things I've done. It's not the way I'm going to go. We've done a lot of work together, and the truth is, I said it earlier today, almost all the votes that we take are not based on our district. And I know some of my colleagues have a slightly different view of that, and I see the need for that, and I totally understand that. But at the end of the day, most of the votes we take represent the entire city, and so we do have to band together. All of my former council members that I served with, I love them dearly. Councilman Capriolio, you and I came on at the same time, so we've served the longest. But Councilmember Soria, we're at over the 4-year mark now. I've respected them many times. We've had conversations and good times. Councilman Chavez is not here today. I served with him several years as well because he served with Sal Quintero. Gary, I've served with you a couple years. You've been a strong asset to our city. Miguel and Nelson, you're the most recent, but you know I have nothing but great things to say about you guys. Luis Chavez says that you and I are a lot alike. He says that you're from the left like I was from the right, and I like your determination. And I see you, I sit next to you up there at the dais. You're checking your things out, you have your stuff in order, and you have your line of questioning, and nothing about that makes me afraid of your service to the city of Fresno. Councilman Esparza, you to me, you have a quiet leadership style, although you said BS today. It won't be the last time, but in general, you have a quiet strength that I appreciate. And so, but for the rest of you, it's been really a pleasure serving with you. I'm really going to be right down the street. There are things that need to get done that require the city of Fresno and the county of Fresno. And I want to partner with the city of Fresno. I'm still a city of Fresno representative. My supervisor district, as you know, is almost entirely the city of Fresno with a little sketch of Clovis involved. So I want to thank all of you for presenting these things to me. Esmeralda, you weren't here the day that we took the photo. I think you were. There you go. We can do that. We can do that. So I want to appreciate the time serving with you. And if any of you wants to say something, I think I'm done talking.
Let me just say I want to thank my staff sitting in the back. Of course, my chief of staff and Andy and Andrew. And I don't see Kerrigan, but thank you for putting this together, the lunch, all the gifts, everything you guys have done. I appreciate, and I know Steve appreciates from the bottom of his heart. And before I hand the mic off, you can't officially accept your resignation. I'm not going to do that until I see you throw that ball tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you'll be there, right?
be there, and officially at 5 o'clock tomorrow is the last day that I become an employee. I have a few decisions left to make with some infrastructure dollars. Those are underway. It's not, I mentioned the $100,000 to you. I wanted to mention earlier in council comments that Councilman Arias and Councilmember Soria are taking over Make a Difference today. That's very important to me. Ari's in the back. We took it over from Councilmember Zhang when he built that up. We didn't spend all the money, so we're leaving you what was left after our last event, which is $4,100, I believe. And so you don't have to start from scratch. We're right down the street, and if you need help with Make a Difference Day, my staff and I will help you. And if you don't need it, that's fine too. It's completely up to you. It's a wonderful event, and it even has room to grow. And so thank you. So tomorrow will be my last day as employee, and then I'll be joining the Board of Supervisors Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. You're all welcome. Everybody in the room is welcome. And also that same evening at the Elbow Room from 5:30 to 7, I'm going to have a thank you party. No, Gary, it's not a fundraiser. It's just a thank you party. And anybody in the city of Fresno, the staff is welcome to be there as well. Thank you, Paul.
Well, I'll just be brief. I said it up there. I just think you've been a phenomenal representative for your district. You fight hard. You've made a difference. With Asset, we talked about how important that is going after the slumlords. You led that initiative along with no camping ordinance. And you're right. There's no sense in going on about a number of things, but you bring a passion and an integrity and an honesty to the office. Your shoes are going to be hard to fill, and I think you should walk out of here with tremendous pride for what you've done.
Steve, first thing I want to say is that I'm extremely glad to see you standing here alive and breathing, because I don't know who made that video, but I thought you died after that video. Yeah. But here you are. Here you're alive and well and moving on to the Board of Soups. Like I wrote on your frame here, it was a pleasure serving with you for just short of 13 weeks. I think we didn't agree on a lot. But what I can appreciate about our democracy is that you folks in District 2 elected you to represent them. I think you were that voice, right? And, us clashing and not agreeing and not voting in the same manner is a function of that. It's a function of the will of the people who we represent. And I think you did that all the way. Looking forward to seeing you take your seat at the County Board of Supervisors and continue that representation. And maybe it's better. Maybe we'll stay friends longer that way. But no, it's been a pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Nelson.
Steve, as you know, our politics are pretty different. But what I have found that's been pleasant about you is, of course, your sense of humor and the fact that you're the moderate, reasonable version of Gary. So, Gary, the Tea Party has nothing on you, buddy. But don't worry. You're welcome. Don't worry, we're going to take care of Gary. He's going to have his little corner, and we'll make sure he's happy. And he might go visit you once in a while and need a shoulder to cry on, and I'm sure you'll be there. Because, you love cats, and, that sometimes you just need to have some animals you pet. But with all seriousness, Steve, it really has been a pleasure. You have been very open and thoughtful. Our conversations have always been respectful and extremely thoughtful. You come from a place like I do and some of us on the council where you've gone here because you've earned it. Nothing was given to you. You scratched and crawled your way to the place that you are, and you still today work extremely hard. And we all see that. That's why, your positions and your views are respected, although mostly not honored. But thank you, Steve.
So I have the pleasure of going last. I, want to say, Steve, that it's been a pleasure working with you over the last 4+ years. I think initially when we first met, we were like, oh my God, because we thought that we would be super opposite, which we were in some instances. But I think that we had the opportunity to see where the common ground was and how we can both work together in moving the city forward, in particular like the West area. You and I partnered up to do some stuff there and movement finally. You supported a lot of the various projects that I brought forward, and so I appreciate you for that. We had a lot of fun, and there was a lot of frustration too, I think, at times, but I think what was really awesome about it is that after we had those frustrating moments up here on this dais, we could leave this room and still be friends, and still be able to have a civil conversation and be able to start like nothing had happened. And so I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate the service, the passion that you have. I think that's how every public servant, right? Have that passion, that conviction, and be willing to be challenged. And, we challenged, I think, each other a number of times, and there were those times where we were open, so I appreciate that. I want to be able to work with you. You represent a large portion of my district still at the county, so wherever we can work together, I look forward to that. I want to thank your staff for the great breakfasts that you guys provided this year. You guys have topped it off. So District 4, you guys have to make sure you keep that up. I think Lindsay, pretty much, you guys totally blew it out the water. Kind of embarrassing after I had provided breakfast, but thank you guys for all the work that you guys did. And just wish you luck, and know that you can call upon us when there are issues that we can be helpful with.
With that in mind, the briefer the comments during the meeting, the better the breakfast will be, guaranteed. So thank you all for being here. Congratulations, Steve. We'll see you tonight, and we're going to have a great time. Thank you, Steve.
Let's tighten up and
Would you like me to announce the closed session? Okay. We have one very quick closed session item, City of Fresno versus Illinois Union Insurance Company. I would not expect any announcement afterwards.